Future agendas and try to...
Good morning, everyone. This is our July 19th work session for Board of County Commissioners. We have Commissioner Richards is out of town on county business, attending the National Association of Counties, and Commissioner Owsley is out on personal business, so there will be three of us, and I'll be chairing this today. And we're going to start off with a presentation of the state of Pickens County roads and bridges by GR and Brian. Take it away, guys.
So I'm GR Fielding, the county engineer. I'll be presenting the state of the Pickens County roads and bridges today. It's helped develop this presentation by Bert Pierce, the public works technician, and Brian Pettit, the public works director. As a note, the map that you see on the board, there's a nicer version in your packet material. During the presentation today, staff will touch on the distinction between the road and bridge budget and the road capital budget. Additionally, we'll discuss bridge conditions and some recommendations for the county bridges. Road conditions, what comprises those ratings, how staff prioritizes projects at this time, along with where different funding scenarios may bring us in the future. The objectives staff is looking to get out of today's work session are answering any of the technical questions that the board may have on how we do our prioritization for projects or any of the rating systems that we have for the roads and bridges. We also would like to get some direction from the board on a few upcoming projects and get ideas from the board on any projects we're not mentioning, and to see if there's any goals that we'd like to set moving forward. Got a little bit of housekeeping, as this can get a little bit confusing sometimes with our budget line items. The road and bridge budget, actually what staff calls the road and bridge budget, is the day-to-day maintenance aspects. So it's snow plowing, ditching, all the items that you see listed on the slide here. That's not really where we're going to be concentrating our efforts today. And it's really just our operational budget for our road and bridge team. The types of projects that we'll be discussing today come out of the road capital maintenance and replacement line items. This includes everything from typical pavement maintenance projects like chip seals and overhauls to complete roadway replacement projects. This fund is just out of the general fund at this time. As you saw in your packet material, this line was funded at up to $1.9 million in 2008. That's when the funding got cut down to the $400,000 where it is presently. Since that funding cut, staff has concentrated on the chip seal program with patching where needed. Additionally, safety and bridge work kind of round out where we've been making those budget expenditures. Red Mountain Road, which is pictured here, is the last actual reconstruction project that the county did, and that was in 2007. Excuse me. So I just want to put this information out there just so we know which kind of budget line items that we're going to be discussing. So, main purpose right now, though, is to go through kind of the state of the county's infrastructure, and we'll start here with the bridges. Pickens County has 23 bridges on its inventory, and bridges are rated with what's called a sufficiency rating. A consultant that's actually hired by CDOT does inspections on all the county's bridges every 2 years. A bridge has to be about 20 feet, in length to qualify to be on the inventory. And the consultant looks at a number of different areas to come up with a sufficiency rating. This graphic shows a pie chart of just how that sufficiency rating is calculated. The sufficiency rating formula is a method of evaluating factors which indicate a bridge's sufficiency to remain in service. The result is a formula in which 100% represents an entirely sufficient bridge and 0% represents an entirely insufficient or deficient bridge. I don't want to go too deep into this now, but basically it breaks down the different rating areas that engineers look at bridges to come up with that sufficiency rating. The biggest note is a bridge with a sufficiency rating of 50 or less is eligible for federal bridge replacement funding. Now, for our bridges, I can say by and large, they're in okay condition. Our lowest sufficiency rating in the county is on Castle Creek Bridge. It's the upper bridge. It's at about milepost 9, and its sufficiency rating is at 35.2 right now. One point that I do want to make is it's safe. It's safe for travel. I don't want to scare anybody away from it. So, the highest sufficiency rating on a bridge that we have is over the North Fork, up above the frying pan, and that sufficiency rating is at 92 right now. Staff has hired a bridge consultant to assist in developing a bridge maintenance project. We're looking at touching about 13 of the county's bridges. These maintenance activities will range from simple masonry around the structures to repairing bridge decking and repainting and repairing some rusted portions of our structures. Needless to say, just like a car, routine maintenance will increase the longevity, and it's good practice. It'll give us a few points in those structural ratings, and extra couple years. It goes a long way when we're talking about structures because they're so expensive. We do have 2 bridges that are coming near the time that they'll need replacement. The Redstone South Bridge is the oldest in the system. The last rating it received was a 54.4, which is to be expected as it was built in 1947. The one I want to bring up again, though, is the Castle Creek Bridge. It's our lowest rated bridge at 35.2. What we are doing right now is looking at putting together a cost-benefit analysis of replacing this bridge and going through a major rehab. But I would expect it won't even be that close when we look at the 2. It's already been recommended by Stantec, who looks into CDOT's consultant that looks and rates our bridges, that it be up for replacement. In fact, we already submitted paperwork for one grant, which we did not receive this year, but I don't think it would be too long before we end up at the top of that list with a sufficiency rating as low as 35.2.
Is it the bridge right before the lodge? Is that what you're talking about there?
It's milepost 9, so it's just below Elk Mountain Lodge, yes.
Right before it went uphill.
Yeah. The last bridge that I'd like to mention is Smith Hill Way. The Smith Hill Bridge is ready for final design right now. Staff is planning on holding on those final plans for the bridge. The project was started under the need for safety and capacity improvements at the intersection at Smith Hill Way, Upper River Road, and McLean Flats. And right now, priorities have seemed to have shifted away from those types of capacity improvements. So I just want to touch on a couple quick recommendations that staff has just regarding the bridges. We'd like to put Upper Castle Creek Bridge, the design, on the project list for 2012 to start getting going on design, so if and when we do get any grant opportunities, we can be ready to replace that bridge. We'd like to continue to monitor the Redstone Bridge. While it has a fairly low rating, it's a pretty solid structure. We might be able to do a few small maintenance items right now, but I would also expect that we would recommend to replace that bridge probably in the next 10 years as well. And to continue a preventative maintenance program on our bridges to hopefully lengthen the amount of time that they are sufficient for travel. Next, I'm sorry.
I just wondered, maybe we should just take this in segments if there's any questions on the bridges. Jack?
Do construction drawings give us a leg up on the grant process? Or is that just if we get the grant, we're ready to go?
Well, both. A lot of times when you're ready to go, they see that, and it'll give you a leg up in the grant process. And also, usually when we get that grant, we only have a certain window. And so to be able to reach that window, because bridge design can take a little bit of time, we'd like to be out ahead of the curve.
Yeah, so I support that Castle Creek bridge design and, moving that forward for next year. Clearly, I would also continually apply for grants for both of those bridges that you've mentioned. And just keep hammering it. Now, Smith Way, and you've explained what we basically already know is capacity-driven at that intersection. I really hope that is shelved because I don't see dollars around to do all the things we need. And let's cut to the chase and get to the things that are really, really critical relative to safety and viability. So that's my 3 comments. Oh, and number of bridges. I thought I saw that in here, but, 23. It was not in the body, it was in your memo. Thank you.
Just kind of a general question about something you mentioned in the very beginning. Could you give a little explanation in history around the difference between, and maybe this is for John Redmond, but the 2008 to 2011 $1.9 million worth of road capital funding to $400,000 worth of road capital funding, just how we got there, what changed in our tax structure, what changed in our funding. I think it'd be good for the audience to hear and for our backgrounds.
Well, after the 2008 vote did not pass, the board's direction to reduce the funding due to constraints within the budget and general feeling that there wasn't support for that level of funding.
And at that time, we were also going into staff layoffs because of budget cuts and not filling positions as well. So the general fund was being tremendously pressured by a lot of other aspects of the overall county budget. So we had to make some cuts and some changes, and road and bridges took a hit.
So let me just make clear that I understand this. So this was a philosophy change in spending within the general fund as opposed to something that happened within our tax environment of property values or mill levies or those sorts of things.
John, you want to add to that?
Are you okay with me jumping in here, Deb? I think historically, the downturns and recoveries that our community has seen has run on 2 to 3 year cycles. And so as a financing strategy, if you're trying to bridge a 2 or 3 year gap, moving capital projects and retiming capital projects makes a lot of sense. And so I think that was the strategy as I've understood it, and asked the same question, was to bridge and look for our historical recoveries. And I think the situation we find ourselves in is that this is a period of time that's going to take longer to recover, and so now we need to look at, do we have opportunities to reprioritize? Should we be using some of our accumulated fund balance, and at some point in the future, should we be reconsidering going out and asking voters for funding for these types of road projects? So those are types of questions that we'll be carrying forward as we go through to the 2012 budget, if that helps at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would both add to that and offer a little bit different perspective. As far as the $400,000, we clearly, that was a totally conscious decision by the majority of the board. It was somewhat of a shell game because, in my estimation, led by the manager, the then manager, it chose not to face very, very tough and hard decisions. So where could we eliminate? Because the shell game was, well, let's go to the voters, and maybe they'll backfill. I didn't support that. I think tough decisions need to be made ongoing, right from the beginning. But we are here now, and, bridging past history to now, we do face a serious challenge. The majority of the board that's going to be here starting, next year or somewhere thereafter when I'm gone, needs to be thinking about that. And if I'm around, I'll participate. That's neither here nor there. But you need to decide where the money's going to come from. We've talked about, and I am supportive of using some unappropriated money. Focus on a project, design it, and get it done, one after another. Not have, 5 projects at once, just so we can focus. We put ourselves in this position, thank goodness, the philosophy of Public Works and previous commissioners was always to upkeep and keep things in good shape. And that's why GR, even 3 years later, can say the roads are in pretty good shape, but the piper is going to come calling.
George, I just have one point of clarification.
Yes.
Is that the ballot question that was slated to be on the 2008 budget as a question to the voters, that was really predicated on needs for the roads. It was before any economic decline. And so we saw a need for our roads to be increased in capacity, increased in safety, and increased in maintenance prior to any economic reduction. And during that time is when the economy declined, and the county then responded to that to say, our capital program is where we need to pull money from in the short term in order to get through this. So I think that's an important point to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to, from bridges to roads.
Thank you for the segue. So we'll talk about roads, and you'll hear me talk a lot about overall condition and index, or OCI for short. OCI is based on another acronym, PCI, which is Pavement Condition Index, which is a system developed by the Army Corps of Engineers. Basically what it does is compiling all this criteria and comes up with an actual overall condition for each road segment that we have. Basically, someone goes and takes a random sample of a roadway and looks at different distresses. Each different type of crack that you see out in the roadway has a different rating with it. So alligator cracking will deduct so much off of 100, and transverse cracks and longitudinal cracks will deduct another amount off of that 100 rating. All that we really need to know, though, is it represents an overall condition of that roadway. And these overall conditions of each roadway can be averaged and weighted together to represent the entire network of roadways. And so that's what we're really going to be talking about is that average of the entire network. Right now, our average is in the high 70s. And that really comes from the good job the county did through the 90s and early 2000s at protecting its infrastructure. Last year we went through our first reevaluation of the roads since we initially did our study in 2007, which is in accordance with the best management practices in the industry, which says to do those types of studies every 3 years. Again, this is all based on random sampling, and that's another reason why we might be seeing maybe a little bit higher of a number than what we'd expect. But again, I like to say that we've also done a fairly good job trying to keep maintenance at this level with the funding level that we have. Just to give everybody an idea of what this OCI looks like, we went and found pictures of different segments of roads that have been classified. And so this is Castle Creek Road. You can see some minor cracking. It represents a fairly average road in the county. And this, classically, if you had a fully funded program, this would be a classic example of a road that would be in need of a chip seal at this time, and that would be the best maintenance application. The next road we have is a section of the Frying Pan Road. Its OCI is a 68. This is something that would be a good candidate for something like a 2-inch overlay as a maintenance project. And also, this is about OCI level where we start to see the condition of the road start to deteriorate faster. This is Willoughby Way, and it has an OCI of 58. You can see just a little bit of what we call alligator cracking right here, and some other cracking throughout the photo. That's something where we'd start to get into something a lot more significant, like a mill and fill type of project or a 4-inch overlay, something like that. This is the ABC 400 road near Combine Moving and Storage. This shows a road that's failed. You can see a lot of alligator cracking and longitudinal cracking, and generally you can see a lot of actual gravel coming up from underneath the asphalt. This is something that will need full reconstruction to repair. This is an OCI of 0. This is a complete failure from a small sinkhole off Coal Creek Road a few years ago, and we just really like the fact that someone from the public decided to put a tree in the hole before staff could get there to delineate it. So, what we do with that OCI is we use it as data to help us plan. Sorry for the quality of the graph. We reproduced it out of the book and couldn't quite find this one electronically. But what it does is it shows quality on the y-axis and time on the x-axis here. And as you can see, there's a nose on that curve. And what happens at that nose is the road starts to deteriorate much faster over time. And not only does it deteriorate much faster over time, the cost associated with repairing the road goes up that exponential amount as well. So if we have a road that's in poor condition down here, it's going to cost 4 to 5 times the amount as if we kept up a maintenance program up here. We use all that information as part of our decision criteria to coming up with the projects that we've been recommending. So the safety component that you see here is based on problem areas that staff sees with accident issues and pavement condition. As very poor pavement condition may create a safety issue of its own. A good example is what came up when we discussed Castle Creek Road a few months ago. One thing that we've been watching is people actually moving into the other lane to avoid some of the deteriorated asphalt. And so when they're not in their own lane, we can consider that a safety issue. Another criteria is the pavement management that we just went through with looking at the OCI, looking at the amount of traffic a road has, and those sorts of things to determine what would be a best practice for maintenance. And then capacity improvements is the other decision criteria that we use. Right now we're seeing a lot less demand for capacity improvements as opposed to the early 2000s through, say, 2007 or 2008, when we saw development going gangbusters and we saw a lot of traffic on roads like Brush Creek and Upper River Road and Smith Hill Way from all the construction traffic. Actually, to note, this picture is of the Frying Pan Road, and it's another issue where we see pavement condition actually causing a safety hazard. It's a little bit hard to tell from the picture that we have up here, but from the left side of the photo to the right side of the photo, the road has moved as up to about 6 inches vertically. So it's starting to slough down towards the lake. So for our presentation today, staff put together 3 scenarios. $0 a year funding, just to show a low line to see where the bottom lies. We prepared a 10-year plan with the $400,000 a year funding that we're currently receiving, and a $3 million a year funding level, which would maintain our roads at an OCI of 70 or above over 20 years. And that 70 number's a number that we picked because of where the nose was on that graph that we were just looking at. And that also, $3 million would take into account all of the other capital and bridge projects and things like that as well. some members of the board may remember a project list that staff had in 2007 and 2008. And this graphic shows something very similar to that list. It's a bit updated. To give a little bit of history, in 2007 and 2008, staff talked with community members and amongst ourselves to come up with capital needs for the roads in Pickens County. A lot of these projects did fall under the capital improvement, capacity improvement heading, but there's a few that really kind of rose to the top now that we're looking at for safety improvements and for pavement management reasons. A couple notes. We do have the Castle Creek Bridge, as we were discussing earlier, and West Soapers Creek Road, we've chip sealed over the gravel, and so the West Soapers Creek paving project has sort of been completed since the initial list was compiled. So we're going to look at a few graphs briefly, and taking all those criteria, we put together some sample 10 years plans, and this is a $0 a year budget, and you can see what happens. I'm sorry it got cut off, but on the left here, this would be OCI, and on the bottom, this would be years. And this represents the condition of our entire road system over a period of 20 years. So with no money invested, we're looking at a decrease from the high 70s to 57 in 10 years and 38 in 20 years, where the average road would need to be rebuilt completely. And so that's just here to demonstrate again what the where the bottom line would actually occur. This is with our $400,000 a year, our current funding level. Another quick note that I do want to say, these are projections. They're just that, projections. It's based on part by observation, part science, and part environmental influences. So over time, though, we do think that we'd be pretty close with where we're projecting these numbers. The list that we input to figure out these OCIs over time, we've compiled into a list, but we did want to plot these two together so you can see what we're getting as our rate of return on our investment into roads here. And we're not looking at a whole lot over a 10 to 20 year time frame. This is what a sample 10-year master plan for the roads would look like with $400,000 per year put into it. As you can see, there's a number of chip seals, an overlay or two, and a couple capital projects, reconstruction of a few of the Redstone Bridge and the Upper Castle Creek Bridge. We're looking at the OCI going down to a 62 over 10 years and a 46 over 20 years with this sample scenario. Also, what you can see is we don't touch a whole lot of the system under the current funding. There's only a few roads that even make this 10-year project list. Here we graph to show the $3 million scenario added onto the graph. Again, that $3 million level is just a number that we picked to keep us above 70 over a 20-year time frame. And a sample 10-year plan with $3 million. It still focuses on that pavement management and safety as our primary criteria. We do hit a couple reconstruction projects, and it would maintain our system above 70. I personally believe that a goal of 60 to 65 over 25 years should be a real minimum. I think that's really what we should, at absolute minimum, shoot for. I think it would be an attainable goal with an investment somewhere in the $1.75 to $2.25 million a year range.
And GR, just on the assumptions in this graph, this is $3 million, not adjusted for inflation or anything like that. This is $3 million across the board. And so what that would tell us is that, that that graph is probably backloaded, higher dollars in the out years and a little bit lower dollars in the earlier years since it's not adjusted for inflation. Does that make sense? So there could be some growth over a period of time, so we're not talking about immediately having to ramp up to $3 million. That's kind of an average with no inflationary aspects and such built in.
So here, this is our staff recommendations, part 2. Prioritization of road and bridge projects. We'd like to continue to prioritize based on best management practices in pavement management and based on safety concerns that we see, and rank those a little bit higher than the capacity improvement pressures until something in the environment tells us elsewise. Another thing that we can do, if the board wishes, is to prioritize higher travel roads even more and set a minimum goal for the OCI on those roads. We threw out that number, 1,200 vehicles per day, based on just looking at our traffic volumes on a lot of different roads. We'd like to continue to aggressively pursue the grant opportunities, as we've heard, and bring a comprehensive 10-year capital plan with the road, bridge, fleet, facility, and IT projects all included. And I'd be happy to answer any technical questions that the board might have about how we prioritize projects or anything about our roadway rating system. And we have the discussion points up on the board that we had included in the AIS for today's discussion.
Good, thanks, John. I've got a couple of questions just to start. You mentioned West Cypress Creek as one of the projects that was done last year. That part of that road is already failing after just 1 year. And is that due to poor quality? Do we have a warranty on that? Because it seems like we've spent, actually that project was a partnership with the Cypress Mountain Ranch owners, which helped get that accomplished, but it's already failing.
It's a bit to be expected for the type of project that we did up there. We did a chip seal project on top of a base course. That was a little bit thin in some places, and we did it on the budget with what we had in the back of our mind to move forward with that was, instead of spraying the amount of magnesium chloride that we do per year for dust control mitigation, with the investment that the homeowners association put in, over time it saved us some money to go ahead and chip seal. As long as we don't have to go through and do the grading and spraying magnesium chloride twice a year, 3 times a year as we were doing, it'll save us money over the 5 to 10 year time frame. The small failures that we see, those are to be expected, and the small maintenance costs that we incur to maintain those, I don't think is going to spoil that rate of return.
I guess I use that as an example because when we look at trying to prioritize some of the needs in the county, I remember our conversation and discussion about doing that road, and we were told that a typical life span for a chip and seal such as that would be 7 years. And so now, only after 1 year, we're going to have to go back up there and spend some more incremental dollars. And I just want to make sure as we start to prioritize any of these projects that we don't make an assumption that it's going to last for 7, 8, 9 years and then realize because of the quality of the work that we're putting into it or the money that we're putting into it that we're going to have to reinvest after a relatively short period of time.
And you're exactly right, George. It was the amount of money that was spent on that project. In order to do West Cypress correctly and not have the failures we're experiencing, you would have to over-excavate the road surface there and build that road structurally from a much more substantial structural layer. There's just a lot of clays that West Cypress travels on, and it's the reason it failed originally in the first place. And so, given the amount of money that we have and the amount of money we agreed to spend with the Cypress Mountain Ranch folks, we did what we could. But there's some areas that are failing now because of substructural problems.
And again, there was assumption made by both sides that the money put in would last quite a bit longer than it has, at least in these little small sections. So you don't need to, we don't need to, I'm just using that as an example that I think as we move forward, I want to make sure that we put adequate funding into whatever projects we're going to do, so we don't have that situation occur again, and hopefully we can resolve that situation at West Silvers Creek as well.
I don't think we'll be coming before you with a similar project unless we have another partner to put in a substantial amount of money. So
The other observation I'll make is I thought about today as I was riding a bus up on Highway 82, and State Highway 82, if you look from Aspen Village to Brush Creek on the up valley lanes, I'd be curious to see what you have rated that. Based on your pictures, that OCI is probably 70 at best, and there's a state highway which we know needs repair, but they are in similar or even worse funding opportunities in terms of road repair. So not only our county roads are in need for repair and maintenance, but our state highways, and certainly State Highway 82, which is probably one of the most heavily traveled rural highways in the state, is suffering some serious deterioration.
Just a couple of questions, mainly regarding around OCI ratings and that sort of stuff. The first, and I'll put them both together to get your response on both. The first is there any consideration of taking out outliers for getting your average, in the sense that average to me seems like a really odd thing to be looking at, because it's really the ones that are close to failing that we're concerned about, and the ones that are brand new are certainly skewing that average from the ones that are failing. So that's the first question. And the other one is, I'd really like to see some additional studies done on the rate of return and the time savings of various roads, and how that plays into effect, because we've heard several times that the replacing or fixing of a road today can save us money over time in the long run, and which of these roads have a quicker rate of return on that investment, and i.e. getting our money back, or money that's not going to be spent down the road, of course with the time value of money taken into account as well. And that would help us, I think, greatly direct where we're putting some of these fundings. Of course, safety is one of the first issues, but I think from a financial standpoint, the rate of return on these investments and where we allocate funds to be used is important. So if you could explain, one, the outlier issue, and two, how we're classifying some of these projects with rate of return involved.
the outlier issue is an interesting one, because we have several roads that are outliers that, frankly, are roads that don't get a whole lot of traffic. Thompson Creek Road being one of them, one of our lowest rated roads in the county, and I don't think I'd recommend any work for that other than to maybe turn it back to gravel over time. And that's one of the strategies that we can do. And one thing that we do also with a lot of those very low rated roads is we don't want to fix the worst first, which is a common saying within pavement management circles. Our best rate of return actually goes towards the roads that are in the best condition. And that's what we've been doing recently. We've been, by and large, looking at our roads that are in good condition and doing chip seals to those, because we know that that will be an effective tool. So if we were to move forward with our current funding, you'd see a recommendation of chip sealing Brush Creek Road. Brush Creek Road's in great shape. We want to keep it in great shape and keep that OCI high. And that's sort of the management technique that we've taken right now. We do end up with some safety issues like Upper River Road, and that's why we'd like to do that. And it's also one of our higher priority roads in that it receives a decent amount of traffic per day. We're looking at well over 1,000 vehicles per day on Upper River Road, up to 3,000 on Owl Creek and 8,000 vehicles a day on Brush Creek Road. So those types of roads are where we're trying to concentrate our efforts right now, and they are by and large in great shape. And if we continue to invest in those, they'll stay in good shape for a lot less money than going and reconstructing some of our roads. There is a balance there. Obviously, when we have a road, Smith Hill Way might be a good example, where we have an OCI in the 60s. It's a very highly traveled road, pretty short. We can rebuild it or put a more substantial treatment on it and get a pretty good return on that as well. And it's balancing all those things. We do have a software that helps us. It's a pretty sizable database where all of the OCI and the average daily traffic all get inputted, and then we get a recommendation from a computer system basically on how to best spend our money. What our team does is we humanize that project list. We take that list and we say, well, we're not going to do 3 roads over here and 2 roads over here in 1 year. We're going to do all the roads over here. And then we lock those projects in. We see how much of a hit we take to the whole system, and it's usually not a whole lot when we get to clump things, as long as they're within 3 or 4 years of recommendation from each other. So it might have been a little long-winded. Hopefully I answered.
Well, let me just try to rephrase one of the things that I heard, and also one of the philosophies that I'm trying to get across here, and you can concur or comment on, is that you said the best rate of return is not necessarily on the roads that are in the worst shape. And this is taking kind of a business concept when you talk about rate of return and putting it into a county property in terms of an asset or a property that we have to maintain over a long period of time. Spending X dollars today versus spending 10 times X next year, we save a lot more money spending the X dollars today. Even if it's a road that might not be failing, that's a good investment for us as a, if you were to view us as a business corporation maintaining our assets. And that's a philosophy that I would like to bring forward with this road management project, because those dollars will save the county money in the long run.
And I think that's exactly what GR was saying, and what the balancing act there is with safety.
Yeah.
So there's a responsibility test that we need to make every year too, to make sure that we're maintaining a safe infrastructure, even if it is Thompson Creek Road, for instance. It's safe to travel. We may need to make small investments there in order to keep that up. Absolutely. Yeah.
Chuck?
Joe, you said 50 and above to the OC rating of bridges is in the acceptable range, meaning they're better than not failing. And then you chose 70 for the roads. That seemed like somewhat of a subjective number. Is there an objective number? Yes.
I'll stand by a couple of the numbers I said, Jack. One was the 60 to 65 range. I think when we look, actually I'm going to go back to a slide here. Here it is. The reason I came up with the 70 number is it's right there on the nose of that graph. And once you start going over that hill, it gets pretty steep. And I would not want to recommend, from where I sit, a program where we're going to have to make significant investments in the future because we couldn't do it today. And I think as far as a safety issue, the 60 to 65 is just below that, and that's where I came up with that number. So,
And Jack, the way I came to kind of understand this, as I've worked with pavement issues, is it's not an exact science. So we're not going to peg a number and say this is it, and if you let it go 1 or 2 below or 1 or 2 above, but it does give us a reasonable range to say, boy, we could have maintained this with chip seals or an overlay versus rebuild, which puts us into a completely different cost category for what needs to be done with those roads. And so that's why we look for the average that GR is talking about assumes some roads have been recently redone or in great shape. Some roads are sitting below that and are right at that probably 50 cusp or such, where we really need to do something before we get into major repairs that are going to cost us much more. Yeah, and to Rob's point, we're looking at each road individually also. This average is just kind of, a broad policy target that assumes a range of better condition and worse condition that tells us we think we're managing it in a pretty responsible manner. But it's not an exact science. Yeah.
May I continue? Yeah, and I understand OCI is a rating system, and it does take the human element to evaluate, make decisions. And I'm certainly, and I'm sure we're all on board, that you don't let anything get to that part of the steep curve that really it's going downhill. So we understand that. And obviously, we're going to have to prioritize really how we invest our dollars. The one thing, it's not only about dollars, though, because I am, and I think consistent with staff's current approach, certainly aware that volumes of traffic are a key component of that, separate of just the dollars. And so the higher traveled roads have more priority, per se, up to the point of where that curve dives. That's another decision point. A couple other questions. When I look at the Frying Pan Road, I think it's rated as about a 70. How does, we saw one picture and it didn't look too bad, but then what I call the big dip, is that what has really lowered that rating, that single point? I mean, can a single point in a road lower the rating, or can you address that issue and then the road is in good shape for a longer period of time?
Both. So we look at a random sample of a segment of a roadway. And our roads are divided up into segments based on when they were constructed and when the last maintenance was and what stretch we did. So an evaluator will go out onto a road and pick a random segment, and if that's the worst part of that segment of roadway, it's going to come in lower. Conversely, that segment of road isn't what was rated, and an adjacent section, which was in better condition, was. And so we can go out and fix those areas, and that's exactly what we're talking about with safety issues and going out and fixing those small areas of safety issues right now, because we don't have the capital to go ahead and do some sort of prescriptive maintenance on the whole segment. So we can kind of pick our spots and pick our battles.
And I would say, having traveled the roads for a few decades, that works generally, but I think that project is probably millions, so that's an exception, and we'll leave it there. Okay, Owl Creek Road, and I understand, you take a section, you rate it, and that gives the whole road a rating. And most of Owl Creek Road is in fine shape until you get down to the downhill where we have today. And this overflow and the erosion, I think, of the actual subsurface of the road started way back when, just as I was coming on commissioner, we had rebuilt that road. And Sam Stapleton, for example, had complained vehemently about, you've done something to the road and now my springs are not operating the way they used to. All of that, from that around the corner, is all part of that, I think. And then, of course, that lower part. So when we rated Owl Creek Road, we didn't rate that lower part where we have the gravel and the running water today. It's in another section.
I have to imagine, I'm not 100% sure which segment that we rated, but...
Because that road, to me, is not a 91. Most of it is. But then how, my problem with roads is we're giving an overall rating to a road, but then, golly, there are some serious sections that really need to be addressed, because then we get into the scenario that Rob's talking about and that curve showed. The downslope of the curve shows us that they're impending real problems. You mentioned trips per day on Brush Creek, Owl Creek Road. What were they? That your current stats?
About 8,000 vehicles per day, maybe a little bit less right now for Brush Creek Road, and we hover around 3,000 vehicles per day on Owl Creek Road.
Because when we paved that, we were wondering how substantially that was going to increase. It has increased, but not terrifyingly like everyone is using Owl Creek Road only.
So, just as a point of reference too, when we discuss the pressures from development, some of our highest traffic counts on Brush Creek when Base Village was being constructed were in the 11,000 vehicles per day range. And we're seeing 7,000, 8,000 vehicles when we do current traffic counts. So that can give you an order of magnitude of how much that development actually did impact.
Yeah, unfortunately or unfortunately, Base Village will come back and visit us again. And unfortunately, I believe that the town of Snowmass Village lost an opportunity in terms of getting some better mitigation for road work for that heavy traffic. And perhaps if that opportunity presents itself again, the town of Snowmass Village can get some more dollars to mitigate the heavy truckloads that will come again when Base Village gears up again in the next few years.
Yeah, the infrastructure for Base Village, which was a substantial amount of traffic and heavy truck traffic, is basically done. It's vertical buildings now, unless there's some kind of redesign or something, which I don't think they'll get rid of the big deck, So, you're right, we could have done better, but we thought because of the way state law works and all of that, we did pretty well by getting that overlay up to a certain $1 million or whatever it was back, 6 years ago, whatever it was. And it turned out it has held up very well, because what was it, a 4-inch overlay maybe? Yeah, because that was substantial to absorb all that traffic. But you're right, if it cooks, we ought to be lobbying Snowmass Village for more.
So, some of your key discussion points, just to get you some direction from the board, is to, first of all, it sounds like there's an opportunity to continue to pursue bridge grant opportunities, certainly for the Upper Castle Creek Bridge.
Yes.
Is there a consensus for the board to go forward with that?
Well, then, and also for Redstone, as staff feels is appropriate.
Yeah.
The trigger for those federal grants is that magical 50 sufficiency rating. So we can either wait for a replacement at that 50 number or go for some sort of rehabilitation.
And so then that would be dictated by staff in the process of evaluation, but certainly Castle Creek.
On that Redstone Grant Bridge, the bridge, there is a long-term plan that's been finally put together by the Redstone community for the management of open space and trails here. And part of that plan includes a pedestrian crossing, which would be adjacent or part of that bridge.
Okay.
So that's something to think about. Or perhaps coordinating some grant opportunities with open space as well,
Right.
as that project moves forward, which is probably still a few years out.
Yes.
The next point of discussion was to address, try to prioritize the safety issues and maintain pavement, given the prioritize over the higher volume needs that we discussed. Is the board concurrent with those ideas?
Yeah, I think clearly we have to focus on current condition and therefore how the graph works, etc., and safety, and capacity takes a back seat. I mean, with current dollars in any foreseeable future.
Yeah, I don't know if they're looking for direction in terms of budgetary change for next year. That's kind of, I think, where the presentation went, so.
I don't think we're looking for specific projects. We just want to be sure we're going to be bringing back a 10-year capital plan. So, in our previous meeting, we talked about facilities projects. They'll be part of that. This meeting, we're going to give you background on the roads and get some input. So we're really just making sure that as we present projects and prioritize projects, we're using criteria that are consistent with the decision criteria the board would be also using, so there are no surprises on either side when we come forward with items.
So, George, are we agreeing that it's, like we said, the condition of the road safety and capacity takes a back seat relative to current dollars, even in next year's dollars? I mean, that's what we're really talking about.
Certainly with our budget as it is today, I think those are the criteria that are the most important. I think I'd like to see, as I said, some additional studies done on if we were to invest, where's our rate of return going to be best brought back to us? Because we are, as we saw in that $400,000 chart, as well as the $0 chart, they weren't too far off, and it is a slippery slope of getting into costly. I mean, if you go back to that chart that had the three different dollar amounts on it, it'd be an interesting study to tell not what the OCI rating is between those dots in any given year, but what the dollar value is between those dots in any given year. Because as we get to a lower OCI on the $0 or $400, it exponentially gets more expensive to raise that OCI, is what you're saying.
So what would it take to fill that gap?
An inch on this, maybe $1 value, but it exponentially grows as that gap gets larger. And, you know, once we get down to that 50 rating, it might be 20 times to get back to that level. So that, to me, is a crucial element of policy setting for how we treat our roads, in my opinion. Without ignoring, as Jack said, the safety issues, the immediate needs, and the human factors, as I think you put it in one part of your presentation.
So what you're going to do is you're going to come back to the board with a comprehensive 10-year capital plan for Road and Bridge Department, which includes some other issues as well, fleet, things like that. And it's going to be similar to the presentation we received on the 10-year capital plan for our facilities, where we're able to try to prioritize and then budget over a span of 10 years which projects will start and dollars allocated to each of those.
Yeah, and that's right, George, and you'll see it for roads, facilities, IT, and we'll look at our major equipment replacement, which is pretty well put together. But we want to, you've seen all that information separately. What will be, I think, new for us is to have all of that information put in one place so you can see, you know, this is what we're spending on IT, facilities, and does that match your priorities? You know, are we putting too much into facilities and not enough into roads and that sort of thing? I would also anticipate that given where we are today, we'd also be proposing some judicious use of fund balance, one-time dollars for one-time projects along those same lines. And so that's going to be part of that discussion also as we come forward about, so this is what we think we need to do. This is a responsible level. Now, how are we going to finance? And there are other financing options out there, whether it be grants or, you know, looking at districts or looking at all kinds of partnerships. And so that, well, hopefully we'll be able to have those discussions, and that'll be the goal when we come forward with a capital plan.
Good, John?
Are there any projects we'd like to request? I just think you need to focus very strongly on what's going on in Owl Creek Road, and that really might need to be have Public Works doing more work than they'd want to, because I can see that with that continual watering of that road, and even that long crack, water comes out of that. That's going to be a structural, that's exactly what you're talking about. So that among all the others, you know, but here today it was just, if we could have had a video, it would have been pretty explanatory about the literally running water across the road from multiple places. I absolutely agree with the 10-year plan, but equally important is let's get going on a project that staff wants to recommend, that we want to put dollars in. We as a board, before even John came on board, had identified that we probably need to be using some of our unappropriated capital reserve money. That was last year. Then we had our retreat, and here it is months later. Maybe we couldn't have done a project. I know we can't do one now, but dang well we better be set for next year.
If I could use that as a segue, we actually will be bringing a project back to you. We did bid not only Upper River Road, but also some of the culvert projects that we had identified on Sopris Creek. And so, no, we can get a project in this year. It will require us to allocate probably a small amount of fund balance at this point based on what we're seeing in the bids, but we got favorable bids. We're able to expand the scope of the project, and we couldn't really do it until this fall anyway because obviously the culverts are filled with water.
Yeah.
So we are on that, Jack. We heard you, and we heard the board, and we'll be able to bring a project back.
Yeah, I'm thrilled, and I love to be wrong when it says time to get something done.
Any other last comments, questions? Okay, thank you very much for the great presentation.
Thank you. Good work, guys.
Let's take a short 5-minute break while we tear down and set up for our next agenda item.
Jared, good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have a citizen board interview with the Grant Review Committee. That's the Healthy Community Fund Grant Review Committee. We have an applicant, Nicole Myers is here, who is a senior at Aspen High School. And Mitzi is here as the person in charge of that committee. So welcome. And thank you for applying. So I'll start the question, Nicole. I know you've got your little application here in front of us, but why do you want to be on this committee?
I think it'd be really fun just to see more of the, I guess, nonprofit foundations around the valley. I am involved in a couple of them, but I think it'd be fun just to see all of them, see what they do, see, I guess, what they're asking for, if that makes any sense. See how they help the community. And I also just love reading, and I think that would be really fun to just read through all of them.
You think it's going to be somewhat of a challenge for you to try to decide and determine which organizations get funded and by how much versus other organizations?
I think it might be, but I think it would be a fun challenge. It's something that would be hard to decide because I'm partial more to youth organizations, helping the youth, but I guess, I don't know. I think it will be a challenge, but I welcome the challenge.
Okay, thank you.
A couple of questions. I'll start with a softball one. What are your aspirations now in terms of going forward, college, beyond college? Is there...
Like, what do I want to do?
Yeah. What...
I want to be a scientist, actually. Yeah, I want to work with genetics.
Genetics.
Mm-hmm.
Great. The tough question. Always seems like there's not enough money to go around for all the people that want funding. What sort of criteria do you think would be utilized to limit or even deny some sort of nonprofit that might submit a grant application?
I think maybe the volume of the people they help, like if they only have like 10 or 20 people a year versus like the one I work with, the Windwalkers, they only help. They probably have about 30 or 50, I guess, challenged children and adults as well. I think that they would get a little bit less than, say, the Youth Center, which helps hundreds of kids a year. So, I think volume.
Yes.
I can answer.
Yeah, thanks for applying. We really appreciate it. Excited to have another youth applicant, as it were. When we created this committee, we specifically wanted to include the youth perspective in this. And, I mean, typically most of our volunteers are a little later on in adulthood, as it were, or way later on. So the youth perspective is important. And I really appreciate your, the background and answer to Rob's question. That's exciting. Now, one concern I have, though, is that you have expressed in your, little preview, as it were, what you want to do. You are associated with some nonprofits, so you're going to have to take some clear staff direction as to how you interact relative to those particular ones that you are already associated with. You recuse yourself, you don't have a discussion on the ones you're involved in, and you can get advice from someone other than I, but that's the basics. And that's important, so everyone gets a fair shot. And I just think it's really exciting that we're able to find someone with great qualifications, a good head on their shoulders by all the things that I'm reading here, and it'd be great to have you part of the team.
Let's see, when are the deadlines for applications for the Healthy Community Fund?
The deadlines for applications are August 1st.
Okay, so that's coming right up.
It's coming right up, 2 weeks from now.
And then when will the grant committee meet?
The grant committee will have an orientation meeting on the 10th where we will distribute the books. So folks will have their reading material. And then we will meet for 3 nights in a row immediately after Labor Day. Tuesday, September 6th, 7th, and 8th. So recommendations will get formed then. And letters will go out to the agencies, and then we will come before you, the committee will come before you with the recommendations in November.
Okay, and you call that won't pose a problem for you for timing the 6th, 7th, and 8th, the school start? The
School starts August 26th.
26th, but that won't pose a problem?
Not at all.
Okay, great. Good, any other questions? Well, Jack?
I'm wondering, we have such a large amount of demand and more of a limited amount of dollars. How do you go about the decision-making process in any sense relative to balancing need and dollars? How would you go about that?
Me personally?
Well, because you'll be sitting in your own chair.
Kind of back to your question. I think volume, the amount of people they help, and also the type of organization. If it's only like a summer camp versus an all-year thing that they help people during the holidays and also during the winter as well. It's not just like a 2-week summer camp in the summer helping kids, I guess. Or people, I don't know, helping veterans. I think, I don't know. Volume and then the length of their, I guess, helping period? I don't know what I call that.
Well, one thing you might, as a minor suggestion here, you just be aware of something a lot of us have been concerned about is duplication within agencies.
Oh, that is true.
So you try to sift through that. And,
Okay.
it's all subjective and objective, so it's that fabulous word of balancing.
Any questions for us, Nicole?
No?
Okay. Well, thank you very much for applying, and hopefully we'll be able to get back to you in a relatively short period of time since
Thank you.
the grant committee's going to be meeting in a few weeks.
That would be great. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
And enjoy your reading and start working on your muscles to
What's happening?
Oh dear. I'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to our strategic plans, this presentation of the final draft. It looks like John is going to lead this off. This is a new version of...
No, it's a presentation.
Okay, John Peacock, County Manager. We are here today to present the final draft of our strategic plan, and this has really been the result of a long discussion, both with the community and within the organization. And so I've prepared a short PowerPoint to kind of walk us through what the purpose of the strategic plan is, the structure, the process, a rough outline of the process that we use to get here, and then the elements of the new strategic plan that we believe is final, and then with the consent of the board today, will be final. And so, yeah, thanks. So the purpose of strategic plan is it's really to set the targets and priorities, to give the organization direction and a sense of where we want to be in the future and how we'll get there. That's kind of bureaucratic speak. I kind of prefer the fairy tale version. I always think of Alice in Wonderland and the Cheshire Cat. And Alice comes up to a fork in the road, and the Cheshire Cat's there, and she says, "Excuse me, please, which way should I go?" And the Cheshire Cat says, "Well, that depends on where you want to be." And Alice says, "I don't know." And the cat says, "Doesn't much matter where you go, then which way you go." And especially with the complexities of public sector work and such, it can be a little bit like that Cheshire Cat question if you don't have a set of targets and priorities. The plan itself is really an administrative document. It doesn't require formal adoption by the board, but it does require that all of us consent that we've got the right targets. We've got the right types of priorities identified in the plan. I'm also reminded in speaking of that, because you can wordsmith these to death, that Eisenhower had a great quote here, that in preparing for battle, I've always found plans to be useless, but planning to be invaluable. And that's because you've had the discussion and you have those general targets and guidelines, which is really what we're trying to identify with this update. So the process, this really started in April of 2010. And this was before I came here, but the county at that time engaged in a process of having kitchen chats, which were hosted in citizens' homes, and there were 14 of these meetings with a total of 114 citizens participating. And the kitchen chats were designed to go out and really talk about the vision statement. And I guess I missed this on the previous slide, that we have 4 right now guiding documents. We have a vision statement, we have a mission statement, we have a values document, and we have a strategic plan with more specific work plan priorities. And all of those are updated on different timelines. And so we've taken this opportunity to consolidate all of those documents, 4 documents, into one in an effort to simplify for the organization and for the public. And the kitchen chats were really the first effort to go out and look at the county's vision statement at the time. Had a number of themes that emerged from those discussions with all the citizens. Some major things that I think stuck out to us as staff, and may have stuck out to you as a board, is there is not a lot of broad-based knowledge about what the county does and how the county is differentiated from other organizations in the Valley. And there, I think, was a lot of emphasis about the need for us to get the word out and to really help educate the citizens in the community about the unique role that the county plays. There are lots of concerns about the economy, and particularly the financial condition of the county and our ability to continue to provide service levels and move service levels out into the rural areas. And then there's a whole list of important issues, from continuing to support strong environmental programs and housing and trails, to concern about our ability to provide levels of service in the rural versus the urban areas. In February then, we had a board retreat where we continued these discussions. We had summarized the kitchen chats, brought some other information to the table, and started to identify some major themes and priorities that the board wanted us to be focusing on. And these are really new areas as we move forward to talk about the strategic plan. Some major themes that came out of that, especially in new areas. Economic sustainability became a major concern that was not a significant part of our previous strategic plan, probably because it was developed during a pretty different time in terms of economic growth and prosperity than what we've seen over the past few years. Transportation, community outreach again, organizational excellence, energy improvements in our facilities are all examples of items that the board asked us to focus on, in addition to a number of others. I'm not going to go through a detailed list. Then, following the board retreat in February, staff, section leaders met to start working on revising the mission, vision, and coming up with a set of core values for the county, and looking at our values and seeing what was missing, what we wanted to strengthen, and that sort of thing. That was then followed up with 3 strategic plan workshops, and those were attended by section leaders, managers, in some cases line staff. This is where we really started to drill down a little bit more to look at what are some of the things we really need to be paying attention to as we look at what will make our organization successful over the next 5 to 10 years, and what near-term specific steps or actions might we want to suggest looking at to move the organization in that direction. That information was compiled, and we had a board and staff retreat on June 20th, where we received, I think, a lot of good input from the board, some more input from staff, and we took that information to create the final draft that's in front of you today. So this has really been a long dialogue that's happened with a number of our community members, a large cross-section of our staff and elected officials, to come to a sense of what our priorities should be moving forward. The document itself has 6 components. We have a community vision, an organization mission, organization values, core focus areas for the organization, critical success factors for each of those core focus areas, and then potential actions to move us towards being successful. Our vision statement previously was a 2-page document, a very well-written 2-page document, but we really had a goal of simplifying the vision statement and not having competing statements between our mission, vision, and strategic plan. So with input from the board, the final draft of the community vision is Pickens County will be a healthy, safe, vibrant, and sustainable community, enhancing the quality of life for everyone who lives, works, and visits here while conserving the natural environment as the basis of our community success. This was taking input from a number of different folks that were at the retreat, and particularly board members. And George, I don't know if you want to stop at each one of these and maybe just see if we've missed anything on each of these components as we go through.
The only question I have is the will be as opposed to is.
You know, that was when we brought the original vision statement to the board retreat, it was is. It was a present tense. And the comment that we got at the retreat was that as an aspirational statement, we should maybe not say we are that way, but we will be that way, or we're going to move in that direction. And so we did have it as a present tense statement that this is, you know, where we are in the future. We moved it to more of an aspirational statement with the will be. And so I think staff could go either way on that. We took the discussion that happened with the board during the retreat.
Yeah, I'm a will continue to be kind of guy, and wherever it lands, I'm also there.
Okay.
I mean, that's sort of a nice way to merge the two, the present is and the future will, to add continue, will continue to be. That's sort of
Yeah, I kind of like that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is kind of replacing our mission statement today in terms of similarity, which is to uphold the quality of life and environment for today and tomorrow.
Right.
And that's got that phrase, for today and tomorrow. Our current mission statement, I believe, reads that way.
And you'll see that picked up in our values, too, under stewardship. And so we did try not to lose anything, but we tried to integrate the multiple documents that the organization is currently using for guidance. Mission statement, and Rob, this may be where you're going also. The mission statement is more specific to our organization. The vision is really about where we want the community to be. The mission statement is really about our role in achieving that position. And Pickens County government provides valued and high-quality public services supporting the health, safety, and well-being of people and the natural environment.
You know, one thing about the mission statement, this organizational mission statement, is not only for the organization as a whole to think about, but I think as we place this perhaps in each of the departments, because I think it's great for employees to be able to take pride in what they're doing as part of the organization, and this helps to reinforce the importance of every employee in terms of trying to make sure that we are able to achieve our mission. It's only through them that we can do this. So for them to be able to visualize this, perhaps every day as they come into their office, I think it's a great way to utilize this.
And, I'll jump ahead on next steps. Really the strategic plan portion, which is the mission, vision, and the core focus areas, the Venn diagram that we're going to talk about here in a minute. It's not lost on us that makes a great poster to hang up throughout the organization, so you can see that connection every day, for employees and for the public alike. Any other comments on looks like what we talked about? Values. We didn't spend as much time on the values in the retreat, and I don't know if you want me to go through each one, but I did want to point out, again, keeping with this theme about our community and natural environment and the balance now in the future, stewardship is important there, where we strive to leave our natural environment, community, public assets, and our organization in better condition than we found them for current and future generations. And so that pulls together the fiscal aspects, the social aspects, and community aspects. Yeah.
We can wordsmith to death, but there are a couple comments here under collaboration. We work together as employees and with, I think we ought to lose the "and." It doesn't, we work together as employees and with citizens and other. We work together as employees with citizens and other governments. So that's my suggestion on that. And open communication, I'm just concerned about the use of that word listening. Does listening, to some people, listening infers taking it as the Bible, and acting accordingly. So, and we don't have to solve that one here, but that word is troublesome because it can be interpreted in many ways. If we listen, do we act as we're told? That kind of thing. I don't know if there's a substitute.
Yeah, and I think what we were going for there is that, we're willing to hear those multiple points of views, but obviously there's a process that needs to happen before any of them are actionable.
And actually, I like the way collaboration, the first line is worded, because it talks about there needs to be collaboration amongst the employees within the organizations as we work within all the different departments, so we're not working in isolation. So there's one aspect of it, and then the other aspect, of course, is then working with the citizens. So the "and" allows the opportunity to understand that employees need to collaborate amongst each other between departments and work with citizens. So I like the way that's worded for that reason.
And that was exactly the discussion that we had when we worded it that way. We really struggled with that one because we had the teamwork aspect that we really wanted to emphasize internally, as well as our need to partner out in the community. And so that's why that may be a little bit awkward wording, but it was intentional to, George, do exactly what you're saying. Okay. Any other comments on the values? Please look. I can't emphasize how much work actually went in. I know these statements are brief and concise, but they are very deliberate in terms of what they say and why we said them. There's some head nods back there.
That's correct.
That's correct.
This, now, probably what we call a Venn diagram really gets into what our strategic plan is versus our tactical plan with action steps. And this consists of what we identified as our core focus areas, as well as our key success factors for each one of those 3 core focus areas. And then we related those overlaps back to our vision, so that we were clear that we were covering the main goals identified in our vision statement. And so the 3 core focus areas identified in the strategic plan are flourishing natural and built environment, livable and supportive community, and prosperous economy. I apologize, when we switched to PowerPoint, some of the formatting became almost impossible to deal with. It's been a constant struggle with this Venn diagram. Then you can see in the overlap in the bubbles, we've called out the specific elements to relate it back to the vision statement. So having a safe community, having a vibrant and sustainable community, and having a healthy community, and the sweet spot is obviously the high quality of life. The Venn diagram, and only having 3 core focus areas, was a very deliberate move and discussion, and really, I think, a paradigm shift in how we look at planning. Because you can do this by departmental silos. And one of the goals that we identified early on was that we did not want to encourage more silos, but George, exactly as you were just saying, encourage more of that working across organizational, what are organizational boundaries sometimes, or what have you, because really citizens don't care about the arbitrary structure. And so when you look at it from a citizen perspective, you start to focus on outcomes. And this was really a discussion about focusing on what are the outcomes that are really important for us as an organization. That's how we arrived at the 3 core focus areas. And that's how we arrived at the success factors, and a recognition and a real discussion among staff that we all play a role in coming together to hit these overlaps together and achieve that high quality of life for our community. I don't know if you guys want to add into, you may be able to say it better than me. Venn diagrams, incidentally, come out of their mathematics model that were originally designed to show logical relationships between mathematical factors. And this is, I think, really important that these are very logical and deliberate relationships between these different core focus areas and different functions we play as an organization in order to do what the public really wants. Public cares about outcomes.
Jack, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, I very much appreciate this, and it tells us the whole thing in the community. But how does all this seems so lengthy and verbose. How does that work?
And so really, Jack, and that's
Part of the whole.
Thank you for, well, I was going to go into, let me come back to these and just go right to.
Before you do that, can I just make a comment on
Yes.
back to the
Back to
slide
the-
that we were
yeah.
on, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
But your question was on that visual slide. So I have just 2 comments, and one was under livable and supportive community, and diverse and livable housing options. I thought livable was probably not needed. I mean, we're going to have housing options. It's to me, they're going to be livable. So I'm not sure why that word was put in there by staff. So that was one comment. And then the other was under the prosperous economy, the bottom, the last one, responsible stewardship. And I wonder if responsible, that word, if we should add or exchange that with accountable. We don't talk anywhere in terms of accountability as a public organization with public funds.
Okay. So let's maybe talk through both of those real quickly. I think the livable, and I'll ask you guys to jump in. I think that was deliberate in that we seem to have two aspects when we talk about housing that we work with. One is the diversity, I think, has a lot to do with our land use planning and physical development and having, diverse types and ranges and those sorts of things. The other piece of it, though, is a policy piece that I think we're going to be struggling with more and more. And so I think an example would be as we see our community aging. I think we saw some of those statistics when the school board was here about that wave from the census data. That may have issues for us to deal with in terms of what makes long-term livable housing that has less to do with the diversity of the stock and more to do with what types of policies or programs do we have in place to support that aging population staying in place. And so I think that's kind of an example of where we're going with the livable part, to be sure we're teasing apart. And we have two things to struggle with. I don't know if that resonates with your effect.
No, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And John, I would add a little bit to that too. I mean, I think the livability has a lot to do with that wonderful overlap of the physical environment and the supportive and livable and supportive communities, and that we don't want to isolate people in the middle of nowhere where they can't get to the services they need. So it does take on, from my perspective, more of the built environment and the physical, and pulling all that livability together in one package. So.
Responsible is a word that I think we struggled with to come up with the right word, and we were trying to get something that encompassed both, I think, the accountability, but also the policy side of it in terms of looking forward, making the right types of investments and choices. So we were hoping responsibility covered that. I'd be open to a better word. We really struggled to find what the right word was to capture both the accountability side, but also maybe a little bit more of that innovative side of doing the right things. And the two questions, doing the right things and doing them well. Accountability seems to be about doing it well, but didn't capture, are we doing the right things? But boy, George, if you've got a better word, we'd be happy. We struggled with that one. We could throw accountability in there.
For me, that would cover it instead of trying to think about one word that will encompass both thoughts.
That's easy to do.
So how would that read?
I think we'd say responsible and accountable stewardship of county funds. I think keep it as simple as possible.
Jack?
Yeah, I'd rather change funds to assets. The assets are more than just funds.
Yeah, and I know we struggled with that one too, and I think we know what we're kind of talking about there. So.
And then I have a question on prosperous economy under number 2, affordable and quality health care options. I'm trying to figure out what our role is. Board of Health, Board of Social Services, etc. But do we actually, we want to promote the idea, but what kind of player are we? Isn't that the national health care?
Well,
trickle down?
I think national health care will provide, it's interesting you bring this up, Jack, because Dan and I were actually at a meeting yesterday talking about this regionally. And I think we have multiple roles to play. You've identified some through social services, through our health department, and how we partner in the community. We probably have other opportunities, though. We're a major self-funded employer. And, right now, if you look at how healthcare is funded, and without going into too much detail, but how healthcare is funded, there aren't a lot of incentives for efficiency. Well, that has to happen on the provider side, but it also has to happen pretty consciously on the payer side. and bringing those together. And so if we can partner on the payer side and on the provider side, which is part of the discussion that we were having yesterday, you may be able to drive changes in the overall healthcare delivery system in a community that makes it more efficient and drives down the cost, not just for us, but for the community at large. And so I think we're a big enough player that we can have that type of influence.
Well, I know that's an ongoing discussion. I'm sure the board certainly supports that. So this statement really is very much aspirational as well as...
Absolutely.
We kind of do, we do good now, but the bigger picture is the biggest challenge, so that's aspiration.
And if I want to give you a real on-the-ground thing that we could do, encouraging a common electronic medical record among our providers so we don't duplicate tests, that will bring the cost of healthcare down in our community.
And our wellness program.
And our wellness program is something we're doing on the organization level that does the same thing. So I think there's lots of roles we can play and lots of roles we talked about kind of coming through this process, which kind of gets us to your strategy map question, Jack.
And we've got about 15 minutes, John. Just
Good. Okay, well, I'll wrap it up quickly because we're not going to go through the strategy maps in great detail because really the strategic plan really ends here. This is the strategy portion of the plan. Okay, this is the aspirational part, this is the direction part, this is the level at which we prioritize. The strategy maps then we gave you as the exercise staff has started doing to say, okay, how do we start to connect actions that we can link all the way through our success factors, our core focus areas, mission and vision. You know, how do we start to link potential actions that we're going to want to either suggest to the board if we're not currently doing. In many cases, they're things we're already doing, so we understand how those fit in. Okay, so once you move to the strategy maps, Jack, I think the reason they're so detailed and there's so much in them is they become a tactical document about the types of things we're doing. And counties are big, complex organizations, as we know. We run well over 100 probably distinct programs in the county, and so as you start to break down tasks and actions, it starts to get more complicated. But in terms of planning our tasks and the future where we're going to take actions, we definitely want to map them to the strategic plan. That's why we have the strategy maps, and I was not going to go into detail there. The time when you guys will get a crack bite at the detail of those is when we bring budget proposals forward, because this may not be an exhaustive list right now of potential actions, but as we start to talk about our budget moving forward, we'll want to talk about them in terms of how are we moving, how is our budget moving these forward on these success factors, how are we promoting these core focus areas. This was to give you guys some background and also know how in alignment we were with you about potential actions we are looking at. And so they are complicated. I just don't think we can get away from that. We're a complicated organization. I don't know if that answers your question or not, Jack.
Well, so basically as if you try to use an analogus but not exactly similar, our road discussion, you know, you have a rating system. Well, this is just an input system.
Correct.
And we use this as not a guide, but as an idea bank, as it were.
Exactly, and that's why we're very conscious in calling them proposed action steps, because we know it's not an exhaustive list, although it's a long one. And we know we can't take them all on at once. We're going to have to prioritize, and that's going to be part of our next steps.
Thank you.
Any other, does this, so we've captured a few changes, but it sounds like we're...
May I, George, one more quick question? On the natural and built environment, the number one, conserve natural resource, conserved ED, natural resources and environment. I'm trying to figure out, what are we really talking about? Is it conservation of resources and the environment?
Yeah, I think those were seen as distinct.
I'm trying to find out or the question is, what is natural resources versus the environment?
Well, and I ask you guys to jump in, because I know this was an interesting discussion. I'll take it for, you want to take a crack, Cindy? Yeah.
You know, Jack, I think we all struggle with that distinction, but the natural resource part of things, I think, was us taking a role in conservation in everything that we do. If we look at the building codes, if we look at the way in which our community physically is developing, we're conserving, hopefully, materials and energy and all the natural resources that are there for us, not just necessarily from our community, but in general. That's our philosophy, our aspiration to help be a part of that conservation of natural resources. And then the protection, I think, of the environment really is probably more localized. I mean, not that we don't want to protect the environment in any actions that we take in other parts of the world or whatever, but I think that we realize that the natural environment here is such a stronghold for us in everything that we do. Those ecosystems are so important to the health of our community overall, to be a successful, prosperous economy, to enjoy the types of things we enjoy socially and from a livable perspective. And also just because it's the basis for what has seemed to be our philosophy for a long time, as far as the environment being such a part of the lifestyle and quality of life here. So to me, that's kind of where it comes from. Every time I would look at a land use application, or anytime hopefully anybody in any of the disciplines would look at what we're doing in our work, we look at the natural environment and that conservation aspect, and we also look at how it affects the ecosystems and the environment in general.
And certainly I'm on board. I appreciate the distinction, because one is natural resources are part of the environment, and then I see what you're talking about, making the distinction of the overall environment and everything. But I wouldn't limit it, obviously, to just locally, because we're after water, air, wilderness, nationally, et cetera, so good. Appreciate the various in-depth thoughts to have words that are very meaningful and get a lot of bang for the buck for each word. It's meant to really weigh in.
Yeah,
And that's what the thoughtfulness is here.
And there was a lot of deliberation about the specific wording, and a lot of passion at times about the specific wording. I'm sorry, Ray.
Yeah, just real quick, you mentioned a couple of times about this being the aspirational part, and these are all, ways of defining what we inspire to do and be. But nowhere in there does it actually say that. It kind of reads as this is what we're going to do. And I wonder whether or not it should read core aspirational focus areas and success factors, just to be clear to people that, we're inspiring for greatness here. There's no question about that, and we're going to strive for it, and it's not going to stop us to strive for it, but it is an aspiration. We'll meet a lot of our goals, but, someone might start to very quickly question, well, you're not doing this, so, and you said this was your focus area. So, in the strategy maps, you've got, very specifically, as you pointed out, John, you've got potential actions. Meaning, this is an action that we're defining right here and now that we're going to take. This is an action that we've defined that we may potentially take.
I think we'll move the needle.
Or we think we'll move the needle. And I'm not sure if that's the right way to do it, by putting in core aspirational, because I also want it to have a little teeth, but I think it's important when we create these documents to say, listen, we're striving for greatness here.
I do. I'm sorry.
I would just say that, a vision statement is
aspirational. I mean, that's part of what a vision statement is. And a mission statement talks about who we are and what we do. And so I think it just kind of flows from the vision to the mission to now these are our core focus areas that we're going to work on.
And I would tell you, we should be doing something to move each one of these areas forward as an organization. That should be our expectation as an organization. And I'm hoping if you say, yeah, this is it, that we should be able to demonstrate that we're touching on these at some level, and being able to have a discussion about how we're moving forward in each of those. So I'd say if we put them in these core areas and we put the success factors on, we had better be sure we're doing something in each of these areas every year. Now, the level to which we may address one thing or another is going to be different, and that's part of the monopoly money exercise we had you guys do. Some things may receive less emphasis or more, but we should be doing something along each of these lines every year.
Jack? Oh, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if that changes anything, but you're right, Rob, once you get into the strategy maps, that's when we said, well, we're not going to do all these things because we don't have the capacity. We'd have to thin the soup too much. I know we're about to run out of time.
One thought, I don't know if this would work or not, but rather than core aspirational focus areas and success, core focus areas, core focus and aspirational areas, versus say that they're core aspirational.
Yeah, I don't think we need, I don't, for myself, don't need aspirational in there, because as you just said, John, this is the goal to work on all these at some level, and this is what we're going to focus on based on our vision and our missions.
Right. Does that help at all, Rob? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're all saying the same
I
thing.
think
It's
so,
just
too.
a matter of conveying to the people that are going to be reading this document that not all of them are going to be part of this, have heard this conversation.
Right, and that's going to be part of, as we do outreach, being able to explain to the public, being able to explain to ourselves, in some cases, what are we doing here, and why are we maybe not doing more in one area, and actually, moving another area forward a little bit quicker. And that's part of our prioritization that we'll be continually bringing back to you. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because you guys are going to see this again, but you may recall during the retreat we gave you each $100 in monopoly money to spend among the 3 core areas and then among the success factors. We did have a mathematical area where we had too many cooks in the kitchen, I think, trying to add up numbers, and so there's a little difference from what we reported out to you. But this is how the 3 main focus areas broke down fairly evenly distributed, not surprisingly, prosperous economy being a fairly new area of focus for us, received the less, and also not surprisingly consistent with our past values, flourishing natural and built environment, which has been a big focus, is clearly the top priority.
Past and current.
Yeah. Here you can see natural resources and environment, again, clearly the top priority. Less emphasis on responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets, and a lot of that was in buildings, and that means we'll probably want to bring a discussion back to you about whether we should still have this $5.7 million designated in our fund balance for facilities, or do we have other priorities we might want to designate that towards. Those are the types of discussions that will drive out of looking at these priorities. And again, I'm just going to zip through these quick because I know we're running out of time. Livable and supportive community was probably the most evenly distributed among the board members and the different success factors, which is pretty interesting, particularly when we have the community safety aspects. In a lot of communities, those tend to take up half of the pie. I think here we have a general sense of community safety without having to make the types of investments that a lot of communities do, and that's probably a good sign. Prosperous economy, pretty equally divided amongst the 4 areas, and those 4 areas are really 2 kind of internal driven and 2 external. The one that we had wrong at the retreat, which I think was a surprise to everyone because we did have it wrong, I think we had reported out as 13% in high-performing county leaders and teams, is actually 25%. We had $10, a few $10 bills hanging out there that one person counted and didn't get into the final calculation. Is that the right explanation?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
70 of them.
So,
Pulling dollars on the side, huh?
you know about the buckets of money. That's. We've already talked about the strategy maps, but yeah, I wanted to emphasize these towards the back. This is really us as staff now trying to get our heads around what the tactical aspects of starting to implement the strategic plan are, and also making that transparent to the board and public what we're thinking would move the needle. Obviously, we can't take all of this on, but we should be able to take some of it on and be able to talk to you as we go through our budget process about where either new initiatives or existing initiatives are fitting. And then just a quick wrap up. We're going to be now, assuming that the board, with the few language changes you suggested today, consent that this is a good set of priorities for the organization. We will start to use this as we prioritize our 2012 budget. We'll also be talking about, for those new initiatives where we do think we can move forward, setting up teams within both cross-departmental and cross-manager, section leader, staff teams to take on those new initiatives and oversee implementation. And then obviously what George was talking about, rolling the document out throughout the organization. You should expect to see the Venn diagram, mission, vision, and values on posters in every building and pretty prominently displayed throughout the organization. That is my wrap-up.
Perfect time. Questions or comments from the board?
I'm just curious how, I think you kind of said it, that the strategic maps are kind of for internal use and that sort of stuff, but how that information might be distributed, and people looking at it, they're still very hard to read. And one of the things I talked about was kind of a cross-reference thing, because as reading this, it's kind of like, well, that also applies to the section over here.
Yeah.
And I just don't know how to put this in a better, more easily readable document, even for internal use.
Well, we're
really focusing on this first page here today and the organizational values in terms of getting direction for us, but I still think this needs...
One of the discussions, because we struggled with the same thing, and one of the discussions we had was, as long as we have the right actions somewhere, even if it's affecting multiple areas, we'll have that discussion, but what was really important to call out was, do we have the right thing to do somewhere? And we would work out then, as we brought proposals forward, being able to talk about not only does it impact the area where we have it listed on the specific strategy map, Rob, and that may be the cross-reference as we move forward, is then to be able to say, not only does this have a positive impact here, but we also see that it should improve our outcomes in these other areas because. And so we provide those rationales as we start to propose action steps to you. And that may be the hybrid of the cross-reference because it's a pretty massive exercise.
Yeah.
We started going through it because of the complexity of the organization.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff. This is a tremendous amount of work that we've done in, I would say, in a relatively short period of time. And aside from just trying to find the right word and wordsmithing, but just getting all the the important values and points down on paper and then trying to segue them into each other. I just want to compliment all the staff and thank the board. I think, we spent a considerable amount of time and commitment and working with staff as well, but this is an important document that will, I think, help guide the organization where we want to go in the next 10 years, and certainly an immediate 3 to 5 years in terms of budget. So a lot of work, but I think it's well done. It will be well used.
And if I could take a chance to echo that, the leadership that the section leaders demonstrated in really being innovative and being very thoughtful in taking on the challenge of working together very much exceeded my expectations, quite frankly, in starting this process. And I'm just thrilled to be surrounded by such a great team. And the same would be for the managers that participated and the line staff that participated. Just a lot of really great thought, input, and clear dedication to doing the right thing. So I want to thank you guys.
Let's buy them all lunch today.
Jack, any last comments before we break?
Well, I hate to be redundant, but echoing what George says, it's quite an evolution. Back in 2001, I think, is when we actually began that then current and the existing strategic plan. And we kind of thought we were doing good work then, but only we could say that then, because measured with what we have now, this is a heck of an evolution. And it's appropriate for the times.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to
It's off to the manager, too, because you brought a little bit new energy or whatever to get all this to coalesce. Hillary did a great job. We don't never say anything else, but the evolution is good.
We're going to adjourn outside to Veterans Park for our annual employee anniversary picnic. So Grassroots will be back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll see the rest of you outside.
Here, here.
Lake County prep for my...
Oh, yeah, okay, then.
Yeah.
That sneak half hour in here.
That sneak half hour, yeah.
Okay, got you.
Okay, we're back after our great anniversary, 40th anniversary picnic, and the rain held off, which was super. Next on the agenda is our prep for our July 25th meeting with the Lake County Commissioners and August 2nd meeting with our Garfield County Commissioners.
Yeah, and at this point, what we're looking for is an initial list of topics so that we can talk to our counterparts, both in Lake County and Garfield County, to put an agenda together. Ed Green from Garfield County, my counterpart, and I have not had an opportunity to visit yet. We've traded some messages, so I don't have anything on their end, but there's probably some natural topics for us to visit about, but maybe we throw it out to the board for ideas and we'll put an agenda together from there.
All right, so let's start with Lake County Commissioners first. Any agenda items? Jack?
I would just see, because they're such a small, quote-unquote, somewhat isolated county, I'd like to see how they're doing on their economic development thing, here from that perspective. The governor is brought up.
Seems like the other thing that we share in common is our water issues. And it'd be interesting to see their concerns about water diversion projects going over to the front range.
You may want to check in with them on the Pro Challenge bike race too, and their planning, since that stage is contiguous through Lake County to Pickens County.
Is there any follow-up, anything to discuss regarding the Independence Pass and things that have happened with that over the years, sharing that road with them, and traffic problems? I know that they've had some repairs on their side, and that sort of stuff, but where they are with access through Independence Pass.
Okay. That's probably one of our more casual lunches with the Lake County Commissioners. Okay. Garfield County Commissioners.
Well, hey, how about then, excuse me, since, it's a matter of just a few minutes feedback, why don't we see how they're doing on the other side of the hill, sales tax, current sales tax revenues. That's a generator. When I was there last weekend, not last weekend, weekend before, well, they were cooking. A lot of people, which is great, And then they go through and turn right at Twin Lakes.
Okay. Garfield County Commissioners, I had a few things. I know that there's a group of citizens or an organization that has just gotten some funding from GOCO to look at developing a land conservation program. And I don't know if the county itself is tied into that or it's a separate entity, but it'd be interesting to discuss with the commissioners their thoughts, because that's something we've always talked about, the importance of having Garfield develop a program to conserve ranch lands or open spaces.
Yeah, George, would you remind me, did they not pass an open space program but no funding?
I don't know, John. I know they...
Yeah, this is 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they have... Well, I know they don't have funding.
Yeah, well, we know that.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have a program. But this this sounds like it's a great opportunity that they got about, I think, a $75,000 grant from GOCO to look at developing a program.
Fabulous.
You know.
I would add to the list an update on continued support for our unified approach relative to Thompson Divide. And, you know, essentially not allowing oil and gas development there.
Garfield County's got some on tables of at least one large development plan in the Rolling Fork Valley, which is outside the UGB area, which is the old Sanders, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how that discussion is going, if they can share anything with us, since it's in the process, or I don't know how much they can discuss with us on that.
Or maybe just what status is.
Status and maybe their overall philosophy in terms of large developments outside the UGB and all the impacts and mitigation. We'll hear shortly from Nance Sundin, which I didn't realize, in terms of some of the cooperative efforts that we have with Garfield County on our Health and Human Services, which I think is really great. I didn't realize it was similar to almost what we have with Eagle County. So it'll be good to talk about how that relationship is going and future opportunities.
I think they take a lead role with the child support.
It's child support enforcement, yeah. So, yeah, versus not the child welfare programs.
Any other thoughts?
I'm trying to remember, there was a discussion about a major recycling or MRF facility right outside of Carbondale. I can't remember if that was in the county boundaries.
That is in the county boundaries.
And I wonder if we want to get an update on.
Yeah, we can. I think the first go-around was denied, I thought. That was on
So
the
I thought too, yeah.
back road to Carbondale, the old Mid-Continent plant they were going to use for a recycling center.
It'd be nice to get an update. I mean, they might have an update for us on the trail parallel, or the trail that used to exist parallel to the Colorado River. I know that's a popular trail even for people here that go down and ride a bike. Used to in previous years.
You mean the trail that goes through the canyon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that, portion of that was wiped out from the...
Well, but an update, have you talked to CDOT? Is there a plan to mobilize once low water,
Got it. It may be interesting for you guys to get an update. I don't know how involved the Garfield County Commissioners are, but there's that Grand Avenue Bridge design project going on in Glenwood Springs that we've been involved in. It's a CDOT project, I'm sure. I don't know if you're interested in an update on what's happening with that.
That's the main bridge by the hot
It's the main bridge, that's our main access onto 82. They're going to be redesigning that for additional capacity.
Yeah, that'd be great to get an update on that. That's pretty important.
Yeah, it's somewhat, if there's safety issues, that's one thing, but it's somewhat contradictory to Glenwood's lead, who always wanted the alternative, and of course, possibly down the Rio Grande right-of-way. And where you guys at RAFTA might know more about that, but, so are they working together? So that's a good update.
Maybe what you could do, John, is when you type these up, just email them to Rachel and to Michael, so they'll know, and if they have any other ideas they can add to the list. Since we'll meet with Lake County next weekend or 2 weekends? 2 weeks.
Right, that's next week.
It's next week with the Grizzly, the water diversion project, etc.
You know,
If we have a little time, maybe we can do future agendas.
either that, or if you wanted to continue with prepping, we have Senator Bennett, aides, and so Noah Corper and Matt Sugar. If we had some ideas about agenda topics for them, we can probably knock those out.
Okay.
You know, George, if I might, and I apologize for not bringing this up, but Lake County had an issue that was brought before CCI, wanted state legislation relative to their ability to do something with a cemetery. It was very important to the community, and CCI didn't make it one of their legislative agenda items, and they dropped out last year as a result. And that's my impression.
They dropped out CCI?
Yes. And so we might get an update as to where they're at on the cemetery situation. And honestly, it's hard. One of the commissioners showed up at CCI, made a presentation during September legislatives, and we never heard another thing about it. So out of courtesy, we're contiguous neighbors, and I understand that they are interested in coming back to CCI, but one of the current board members has talked to them, and there was a huge amount of frustration with them. So we might touch base if the agenda allows it on that item. You might correct yourself and us, John.
Find out what it's, yeah.
Yeah, it might not make it to the agenda, but you'll be, I assume, talking to their manager?
They don't have a manager.
So it's the
Yeah.
chairman. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on July 26th, we've got a meeting with Senator Bennett's aide, Noah Corper?
Noah Corper.
And also Senator Udall's aide, Matt Sugar, which is great to have them both here at the same time.
Yeah, and this was at the request, you recall, Noah Corper had come to introduce himself to the board, and I think as part of that introduction had thrown out that he'd be interested in any issues that we would like on Senator Bennett's radar screen. At that time, we said, well, maybe you should come back. Let's have a larger discussion about that. And so this is really the follow-up to that request. We did, that afternoon, I had gotten Noah together with a number of section leaders, Nan, Jim Elwood, Brian Pettit. I think that's it. Who all three, have significant federal tie-ins, so that he could start to understand, what we might want to be watching on with FAA funding and reauthorization. And I know we talked about funding issues with health and human services from the federal level. And then, of course, transportation funding and transit funding issues were the big things that we had talked to him about from a staff perspective. Those were what was on our radar screen. So just so you know, that's what we had from a staff perspective.
John?
Yeah, I really don't know how to articulate this, but I think we still have an ongoing both local, state, and federal concern, obviously, about jobs and the economy. And what's happening at the Senate level, because you can't expect the president, to initiate everything. So the question is there any movement from the Senate to promote, to be creative, to, any number of words we want to use? What's going on? My personal view is there's been some good accomplishments nationally on some programs, but they're more like paper accomplishments, because I'm not seeing things filter down to the working guy, the middle class, the guy that's unemployed or underemployed, etc. And two, according to timing, quite frankly, the debt limit thing is very serious, and we might get some feedback though that's a national issue, it filters down very much to every single one of us.
Staying on that theme in terms of the economy, we talked about with our plan is funding for broadband and for rural areas. I would say probably there's an opportunity again to bend these guys' ears about oil and gas lease potential up in Thompson Creek.
And obviously, we're going to find time to thank them for the support for BTR.
Or BRT.
I'm going, there's some brain cramp here. Is that one that we invited Tipton to also, that meeting?
I think,
Well, that's on future agendas, we'll see that, there's a discussion there for,
but not at this.
Not on this one.
Not on this one.
Oh, okay.
you know, the restoration and revegetation of our forests for wildlife habitat. I mean, we're having a small project that will be kicked off this year that we heard about, but the larger project did not get funded this year. And so it's good to keep that in front of them in terms of the importance of that, and hopefully next year to have their support to help fund that project.
Do we want to get an update on redistricting there from the Senate point of view? I don't know if it's still going to be going on. I know it's going to the courts.
I forget, Jack, maybe you know, our representatives are going to the court, but our...
The senators are at large,
Yeah.
statewide, so I
It's true.
think that might be
You're right, yeah.
less optimal.
But
Well, we might throw them a question because it's an unanswered. Is there any involvement at all with redistricting, relative to congressional districts? But that's clearly the House.
Right.
Yeah.
John, I would add, kind of in conjunction with George's comment about funding for wildlife habitat, et cetera, just general funding, and this is more of an expression of concern, general funding for the federal agencies, in particular the Forest Service, because they always seem to be at the short end of the stick. And, we understand about budgets, and I'm going to say, I don't have any answers on, the long term. But if we just talk to each other, we might make some headway instead of polarity. And so that's one of the messages that I would like these representatives to go away with, something that I believe they, as senators, also already support, but working together and collaboration in solving national problems. And I don't know if that's a separate item, that's just a comment, as it were.
I guess we can give them a brief update, certainly a thank you for their support of the BRT program. We've already mentioned that.
Yep.
That's a pretty good list.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid.
How long do we have with these guys?
We have an hour, so I think that'll probably fill it up.
Yeah.
1 hour, 15 minutes.
Is it 15 minutes?
Okay.
I think I'll still fill it up.
And whatever they want to bring to us, if they need some support on some particular items that think locally. The only wonder is it's humid in here.
Dan, we're a little ahead of ourselves. Do you have anybody else that's going to be joining you?
It's Mitzi, but we can get started if you want.
Okay. Is Mitzi
Yeah,
just-
she was in, she'll probably be right back. And it gives me time to pull up the PowerPoint.
Okay, so we need to take a short break while you get set up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Grassroots, we'll just take a short break here while we get set up.
That was prepping for these meetings on future agendas.
I'm going to step outside, I hope it's cooler. It's really
Yeah, it's kind of still.
Grassroots, we're ready to roll?
Mike with bullet chairs, come on, four of them.
Okay. All right. We're on to, actually, actually, let's see, how do I do this? I'm going to call to order a special meeting to convene as the Board of Social Services. As part of that, we'll get a Health and Human Services quarterly update. And Ann Sundin is here with her team. You want to introduce
Yeah.
the team to us? That would be great.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very excited to be here for this Board of Social Services meeting, better known as BOCC. And I have with me Mitzi Lettingham, who's the Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, Kim Dubois, who's the Adult and Family Services Manager, and Kathy Lyons, our Eagle partner, who manages economic services for Eagle County. And as you all know, we have a contract with them for all of our public assistance.
Is this gentleman behind with you, or just...
That's Andre, he's a reporter.
Welcome.
He's president of Accounted For.
He will have questions. So
So do we.
good. Well, we have some time today for questions, and I spent a lot of time trying to write a memo that would give you all the history and the relevant statutes and the reasons why it's important for the Board of Social Services to be meeting. And today what I thought I'd do is take you through sort of a typical agenda, except for the discussion of the roles and responsibilities. And then we would talk about the budget, which is what all county directors do with their boards of social services on a different regularity. And then to talk about what I would call some hot topics that are related to our caseload increases, other revenues that we've brought in for the Department of Human Services, and then to have a little more meaningful discussion and update about the Child Care Assistance Program. And then maybe talk about next steps. Is it okay to try to schedule quarterly meetings and how to use those meetings? So,
Excuse me, Nan. George, may I, real quick? This is new for the Board of County Commissioners to meet as the County Board of
social
Social
services.
Services?
Yep.
Did this come about during the rewrite and the revision of health care for the state of Colorado? I just don't ever remember.
No, you're right, we haven't been meeting. And the interpretation in the past, when our caseload numbers were low and things were quiet, was that we're a home rule charter county, and that the Board of County Commissioners has the authority to delegate responsibilities. And so the county manager was sort of overseeing these responsibilities. But in the last 3 to 4 years, life has gotten very complex for the world of social services, which is also human services. Those terms are used interchangeably. And so as things have gotten more complicated, the cost of running the services is going up, the amount of money that we're bringing into the community is going up, our caseload is going up, and then there's a whole bunch of things that are going on the state level around Medicaid and the database systems for child care and all the other public assistance programs and rules and regulations for child welfare and adult protection. So in talking with the new county manager, we felt that it would be really responsible and prudent to start meeting with the Board of Social Services. Many counties around the state meet monthly with their director. Other counties like Eagle County meets quarterly. And it's an opportunity to give the Board of Social Services, which is also the Board of County Commissioners, sort of the way you serve as the Board of Health and also the Board of County Commissioners, a view into what's happening in the human services realm. So as you go to CCI or as you travel around in different venues, you will have a greater sense of what's happening than I think you currently have. And it's a complicated world. It's it's going to take a while for you all to get comfortable with the language and with the programs and with the rules, and it's taken me 4 years to feel brave enough to come and talk about it with you. But I understand it enough that I can come and try to help you all understand it better.
And Jack, if the board wishes to continue delegating that, we can have that discussion. I felt it was important that at least on a quarterly basis, this board is acting as a board of social services to oversee the types of warrant approvals and such that have been delegated to staff. And also, just as much as we've seen changes in our service demands, say on the development side, we're seeing changes in service demands on the human services side. And felt that, as Nan was saying, it's really important to have those changes in front of you because it's been a pretty dynamic environment, and you want to be sure you're up to speed with positions we're taking at the state level, challenges we're facing, or the types of things we're doing to make this financially work.
So protocol or process, do we need actually to, therefore, if we meet as the Board of Social Services, go into a special meeting as a motion to go in as the board? Is that the way this should be done? Because we're all kind of feeling our way here.
It says that it needs to be duly noticed that you're convening as the Board of Social Services.
Oh, okay, so, thanks, Jack. So I'll call a special meeting, but
I'll make a motion to go into session as the Board of Social Services.
Second.
Any further board discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Jack, for catching
Thanks,
that.
Jack. Okay, so I have a little background for you, and I thought that I would use a visual aid to walk you through the memo, because this information is really complicated, and please feel free to ask any questions. That's the best way to learn this stuff, and you have to ask them over and over and over, I found. So in the state of Colorado, the structure is that we are a state-supervised, county-administered human services system. And I'm going to say human services instead of social services because that's what the State Department is now, and everything is sort of changed over from the old language. So what that means is that we are responsible to have a county Department of Human Services and to provide, if you notice in the statutes, the language is fairly vague, but the county department shall provide services of public assistance and welfare activities, including but not limited to assistance payments, food stamps, and social services. And by having a county department, we also are required to have a county board of social services, and that is you guys, and your responsibility is to oversee the actions, the budget, and the accountability of the Human Services Department, and make sure that we're all in alignment and we're responding to the state on a timely basis. And then the third role is that of county director. And what the statute says is the county director and all the staff of the Human Services Department are agents of the state. So the state tells us what to do through rules and regulations with a lot of compliance expectations, and we take that information and we provide the services as they are demanded in our community. And we look for best practices in all areas. But we have, in our county department, let's see. Let's see if I got everything I wanted to say there. Basically, in the county department, as I said, we have public assistance, which is what Kathy oversees, and that is our programs like Medicaid, Colorado Works, Aid to the Needy Disabled, Low Energy Assistance, Child Care Assistance, Food Stamps, Old Age Pension. I'm going to go into some of those a little bit later. What Kim oversees is specifically about protective services for children and at-risk adults. And Mitzi helps me oversee all of it. So the social services by statute is required from old statutes to take the first mill of the property tax. So we're supposed to take what we need to run the department and provide these public welfare services. In the fund, which is in Pickens County, it's housed in the general fund. It's we have 5 different main categories of our department. We have, and this is the way the state defines it. So we have administration, and that is all of my time in running, 45% of my time running the department. You all know that the other 55% of my time is broader health and human services. So this is specifically running the human services department. All of our public assistance, which this year we're paying Eagle County about $200,000, and then all of our adult protection. All of that comes under the administration piece of the budget that we get from the state.
The work that our assistant county attorney does in terms of
Child welfare or adult protection?
Yeah. Where does that budget come out of?
Yeah.
This pot?
If he's doing adult protection, it comes out of the administrative pot. If he's doing child welfare, child protection, it comes out of the child welfare pot. And so it is kind of it depends on what you're doing and how that's how we allocate our time. We all have to do 100% time reporting, which basically says what we did every hour of the day so that we charge back to these 5 areas. And just quickly, there's administration and child care, which you guys know, that covers some operating and direct assistance payments. Child welfare is all protective services for children and families in the home and out of the home. Colorado Works is helping people get to work and remove barriers to self-sufficiency. And child support enforcement is something that we contract with Garfield County for. And that's where the county helps families recover child support that is in arrears or whatever. And it's a very complicated program, probably something that warrants its own meeting just to explain it. This is our budget, and the statutes say that you all, or the Board of Social Services, is required to review the budget status quarterly. So this is our almost second quarter budget to actuals. We hadn't yet gotten in our June actuals. So it looks, if you look at the left side is all those programs I just told you: admin, child care, child welfare, works, and child support enforcement. And then what's budgeted, how much we've spent year to date. And remember, we budget by calendar year, but the state budgets by fiscal year. So, but everything this chart in particular is just talking about calendar year. So we're doing well in admin. We'd only spent 38% by May. Child care, as you know, we had spent 88% by May, and then the rest are sort of in line at 33%, 23%, 58%, and 41%. So we're really doing well according to what we have budgeted with our expenditures.
Excuse me, George, real quick. Nan, it says here, 2011 second quarter budget to actuals. We have actuals in total for all of these 4 categories?
Yeah.
Okay.
We get reports from the state every month that tell us what we've charged against that program. And so, yeah, this is exactly where we were at the end of May.
So Nan, for example, when we look at childcare, where we show that 88% of our budget has been used to date, and we still have another 5 months to go, more or less.
We would have
6
had
months.
6 months to go.
So to beef up what we will need in terms of addressing that, is that where we're able to use mitigation dollars or some of these other fund opportunities?
For childcare in particular, we were able to buy dollars from Eagle County, and that offset 100% of our overage for fiscal year 2011. So remember, that's July to June.
So
it should put us, for 2011, in the same place.
Yeah, so George, this is the state allocations, and so once we reach 100% of that, we have to have another funding source, and that could be mitigation dollars, it could be general fund dollars, it could be fund balance out of the fund, what have you. In this case, we had made the change in eligibility, for example, in child care, thinking that we may have to draw down general fund dollars, but Nan was able to partner with Eagle County to purchase additional allocation on really, for the required match, I think is 20 cents on the dollar?
It's about 10.
I'm sorry, 10 cents on the dollar. And so we're able to use those funds. Does that?
yeah, I understand that, but I'm just curious. It seems like we would need, or I would like to see another column here in terms of anticipated shortfalls, where the budget actually is going to end up.
Where we're overmatching for programs.
Yes, and then we could have a better understanding of where those dollars will come from, and worst case scenario, if they're going to come from the general fund, that we have some leeway to address those issues.
Well, so far, I don't know if Connie came in. Miss Connie, do you want to explain what I'm thinking about is this budget is the total budget including allocations, including county match. So we've budgeted for some of these shortfalls. And this is how well we're doing against that budget. And I'll let Connie.
What we haven't done is we have not appropriated budget for the overage of child welfare yet. And that's why the budget to year-to-date expenditure is still showing such a high percentage at this point of the year. On an actual cash basis,
Do you mean childcare?
childcare.
You said child welfare, yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
On an actual cash basis, we are much better off because our expenditures, since we have an increased allocation with the state, our expenditures are being reimbursed by the state. And so even though our county expenditure budget has not been increased, we are overspending, but the state is reimbursing. So on a cash basis, we're doing better than what this chart is.
Well, I guess if we end up deciding to meet quarterly, we would have a sort of a cash flow basis, more like we get when we meet with John and Connie on a quarterly basis.
Nan and I debated how much to put on this chart because it can get pretty complicated with the allocations and the different fiscal years. And we thought for the first meeting, we try to keep it simple, but I think we definitely do need to include some more as we go on.
But George, is that what you're trying to get at? Or are you trying to get at what is our required match in the state allocation and what are we putting in over and above that?
Well, that was one question there, but the other is just to try to get more of an idea of a cash flow.
Of the cash flow.
If we're going to be quarterly.
So right now, so the law requires that the county match at 20%, 80-20. State and feds pay 80, we pay 20%. It doesn't have to be 20%. And in the 2006, 2005, when our caseloads were really small and we had a very small response, there was very little need, we were coming out at about 14% on an annual basis. As we have increased staff in child welfare to meet the need, as we have increased our support to Eagle County for public assistance, that 14% has gone up to 19%. There are some counties that are at 27%. So you're only required by law to do 20%, but you can choose to do more or less. And that's what we are figuring out when we're doing the annual budget, is to figure out, we're at 19% now, which is pretty good, considering we've expanded services and we're over our allocations. We're doing pretty well. So, but really good questions, and I think if we come back in October, George, what we would bring you is the actuals of what we were mitigated and what we were closed out, and what the actual shortfall is, and where the general fund would have had to pick up or not.
Okay, thank you.
Makes sense? Because they're closing out now for the
So,
cities.
to clarify, this is, or these services are all mandated by the state. It's not where Pitkin County has choices. We consider things other than mandated, essential, or desirable. But these, we're talking all mandated.
These are all mandated.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the things that the Board of Social Services is required to do is look at what they call the payrolls, the benefit payrolls. And these are not paying people like Rob does at his restaurant. The quarterly program payroll speaks specifically to the electronic benefit transfer. So this is money that is actually directly benefiting people through their EBT, electronic benefit card, that is helping pay for childcare, it's helping pay for energy assistance, it's helping pay for food, that kind of thing. So in particular, we would review these payrolls quarterly, and Aid to Needy Disabled is a program that provides financial assistance to low-income Colorado residents, 18 to 59, who've had at least 6 months of a disability that precludes them from working. Child care assistance is a financial assistance to low-income families to help them work or help them search for work. Sorry about that yellow, that did not come out very well. Old age pension is a program that provides financial assistance to residents 60 or older who have little or no income, and may help with medical assistance for eligible applicants. LEAP is the Low Energy Assistance Program, Low Income Energy Assistance Program, and that assists low-income households with winter heating costs. The Colorado Works program is the program to help people become self-sufficient, and that can either be basic cash assistance or one-time cash diversion to help them remove barriers to work. And the last is the food assistance, which supplements basically the food purchasing power of low-income individuals and families. So this is the quarterly program payrolls, and so on the left you have the program, and then you have the letters that stand for that program. And then we have a comparison, thanks to Eagle County, for 2009, 2010, and 2011. So as you read across from left to right, what you're looking at is how much cash support we are bringing in to support the low-income population. In particular, look at the specific changes in food assistance, where in 2009, on a quarterly basis, we were bringing almost $77,000 in for direct food benefits. And this year, we brought in $202,000. That's a huge jump. What we're doing has an economic impact on the community, as well as a benefit for families. The difference between the total of 142,554 to 369 just in a quarter, we're bringing in over $1 million in direct benefits every year now.
I mean, all of these are huge jumps.
Yeah.
Child care from 2009, 24,000 to
Huge.
85,000. I mean, just,
A quarter, it's huge, huge jumps.
and I know it's interesting, we were just talking about a meeting with Garfield County Commissioners, and I remember I was talking to John Martin a few months ago, and in their food stamp program, it was astronomical what they were spending a month. I forget, it was like 100,000. It was unbelievable, the amount.
These are, for the most part, except for childcare, pass-through dollars. They come through, it takes whatever the community needs, the money comes from the federal government or the state government straight to the people who need it. Childcare is an allocation, and so that's where we stumble over. If we're over, do we stop it? Do we keep going? Because it requires county dollars once you go over your allocation. Is that?
Yes, and Colorado works.
And Colorado works too. Yeah.
And all of the levels for who's able to take advantage of these are set by the state except for the child care, is that correct?
Mostly it's set by the state or the federal government, and child care gives us a little bit of leeway around the eligibility. And diversion. And a diversion program, which is one-time support for families in the Colorado Works program. But for the most part, there are volumes of rules. There's audits all the time. There's compliance. There's people either qualify or they don't qualify based on their income.
And this is what I was talking about when we were meeting with the town of BOCC. Didn't we see an increase of, we had allocated an additional $200,000 in food stamps from the state funds this year? Didn't we see something?
You would have seen the payroll. So
The payroll.
the money coming from the federal government has been
Passed
coming
through,
in,
yeah.
passed through. So you would see this big jump
Yeah.
from last year to this year.
Yeah.
I think we had in 2010 or 2009, we had the highest increase rate of food stamps. In the same year, we had the highest increase in Medicaid cases. So we went up 82% in our Medicaid caseload. So while our numbers are small, we are a small rural community, the rate is growing much faster than it is in other places. Good questions. Okay, so I know Mitzi presented to you all some of these numbers. Just wanted to give you a basic snapshot that in 2008, we had 159 public assistance cases. In 2011, in June, we had 473. And though that caseload reflects, what do you generally say, 2.5 or one, how many people per case? Do you have a sense of that? How many people in a case?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm making that up.
Not for public assistance, for childcare we do.
Okay, sorry, made that up. So anyway, big increase. In protective services, in child welfare, we had 62 referrals in 2008. I should have said referrals, so cases is the wrong language. And in 2011, ending the state fiscal year, we had 104 referrals. And of those 104 referrals, we do assessments on approximately 65%. And of those, we open about 40% of the cases for ongoing support services. Right? And adult protection, we were not really providing the service. Even though it was mandated, we did our best to try to find other alternatives, but the demand started growing, so we had 30 referrals this year. And as you guys may or may not know, we have one guardianship. So our casework staff is responsible for an adult who doesn't have family to make decisions for him. Yeah, Jack.
I would infer that if we looked at the numbers from '07 to now, there's even a more
Bigger.
dramatic jump.
Yeah, yeah.
Because '07 things were
Quiet.
quote-unquote somewhat normal.
You're
It
right.
was starting to go.
Yeah. It would be an even more dramatic jump. And also, we were so small that we only had capacity for a certain amount of what we were doing, and we had no room for growth until 2008, when we did our strategic plan and you all approved growth in child welfare and public assistance. So, let's see, how's it going? It's pretty overwhelming, so I don't want to, there are three, yeah, George is laughing. There are three ways to try to find other revenues to offset overages. And the first, as I explained in the memo, is mitigation for child welfare. So all of the counties, if they underspent, their money goes into a surplus pool, and the counties that overspent can apply for those funds. And Kim submitted an application about a month ago for, how much were we mitigating for? Was it 86,000?
No, I think it was 106.
106,000. And there was a lot of savings this year, especially in the Big Ten counties. So we're ever so hopeful that we will be fully mitigated, meaning that all that money will come back.
Why would there be such a big savings in those Big Ten counties? Because overall, the state of Colorado still is very depressed in terms of the overall economy, and unemployment still remains high. And you would think in those larger counties, the percentage of those underemployed and unemployed would still be a huge percent. So
This is child welfare, so this is abuse and neglect of children. Do you have a sense of what goes on in the Big Ten?
No, I just think that because this is specifically related to child welfare and what we call a lot of revenue is spent on out-of-home placements. And so I think that what the state is moving for is to decrease the out-of-home placements. We didn't have any out-of-home placements, but we had an increase in staff in 2008, so that's why.
Right, and the Big Tens are really looking at trying to get kids out of foster care, out of institutional care, into permanent living arrangements. So you're right,
That's why they spend less money.
So they spend less money.
Moving to those
Big
less
question.
intensive.
Yeah, and I, only as an observer at Health and Human Services, because even at CCI, it's very complex, and you have all the directors there who are really hip, to knowledge. I expect also one reason might be is because they're already geared up and already under the gun, just due to the size of their populations. And whereas we weren't geared up and now have made some steps, obviously, to meet a growing need.
I think you're right. It's entirely true that there was a lot of growth that went on at a time when we stayed small. And so they were building up their budgets, and then there were changes that happened. The second way that we can bring in other revenues is through a process the state calls closeout. And that is where they take all the other surpluses, put them together, spread them out amongst all the counties that are overspent, and try to make counties whole. It's particularly useful to us in administration and childcare and a couple of other places. I misspoke in the memo where I said we've always been closed out in administration, but last year we were short $54,000. So none of this is guaranteed, and we try not to budget to it because it's all about surplus, but it is a way to sort of take a risk and try to provide the services when you have an opportunity to bring in other revenues. The last way is through allocation transfers. And in particular, we owe Kathy Lyons a debt of gratitude because she was the one who saw what our overage was in childcare assistance, saw that because Eagle County was going to be underspent because they reduced their eligibility to 150 and then didn't spend all of their money. So she researched everything, found out how we transfer the allocation, we actually had no idea whether we were cutting checks or what happened. But it all happens on the state level. All of a sudden, the books just showed that we had $70,000 more, and we had about $7,000 less in our maintenance of effort. And Eagle County had $70,000 less in their allocation, and they had more in their MOE. So, or less in your MOE. Do you want to talk about that at all?
I think it was just an interesting process. We did have to learn how to do it, and I think we were very fortunate to see we had that matching money and were able to offer that to our partners.
So Kathy, was that, when you said Eagle County dropped their federal poverty guideline to 150%, whereas we just dropped ours to 185%. And by you dropping that, you actually had some funds left over, but you didn't have any other demand. If you kept it up to, I don't know what was it before, would you have used those funds?
Originally we were at 225% of poverty, and we dropped it to 150, and we capped the number of families we could serve, because we were at that point we were at about 85 to 90 households, and our allocation would really only support about 40 to 45 households. So we capped at 40, and then we had a huge waiting list, and it took us almost a year to clear that waiting list. And so right now we're working on, we did increase the number of spaces we have, and we're working on, getting the word out that we do have some spaces open, but we are almost back up to our cap again. So because of the way the child care system works, not only the program but the computer system and all the pieces we have to meet, it becomes kind of difficult to get that to a leveled out place. So that's what we're working on now. We're waiting to see what our allocation will be for this state fiscal year before we decide whether to adjust our eligibility level or...
So the surplus you had that you were able to give us this year was based on your capping and your dropping your federal guidelines, but if you adjust that for next year based on your need, then those dollars you may use those dollars within Eagle County.
Correct.
Oh, I see, okay. It's sort of a timing opportunity.
Right, so we get these monthly reports, so I can be watching who's underspent, who's overspent.
Throughout the state, all the counties.
Yeah, and that's what I did with the TANF dollars. So when we thought that we might be not fully mitigated in child welfare in the spring, because everything changes constantly, I went out and started calling my peers who were underspent in TANF, Colorado Works, and found Moffett County who was willing to sell their TANF dollars for 20%. And so we brought in $50,000 for the price of $10,000. And we can use those dollars this year or next year or the year after that if we're over in child welfare. And so it's like we built in a little security blanket.
So I'm surprised that the counties don't have a computerized program that you can just get online and see who's got what to sell or where the funds are available.
Like a bulletin board, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Versus having to call all around.
Yeah. Well, luckily I see the directors quarterly too, so I can sort of feel it out where people are.
Rob, just out of curiosity, so you buy it for 10 cents on the dollar. Where does that 10 cents go into the Eagle County budget?
It's a reduction in the MOE that we owe the state for the funds.
The county match.
So it reduces your 20%, your obligation.
Yes.
So it really kind of goes into a general fund, but it has to be used towards that 20% or up to 20% match. Yeah, okay,
And that's where the
interesting.
county benefit comes.
Yes. Yeah, very good question. Okay. So anyway, you have in your packets 2 letters that I'm not going to go over, but thank you letters to Eagle County and to Moffett County for their willingness to transfer their surplus allocation. And that's just clarification of that.
One more question here, George, just in regards to this transfer of money, because you also mentioned, Nan, that the monies can be used this year or in future years.
In the TANF program.
Oh, it's just the TANF
Yeah,
program.
we can have reserves.
So we can't anticipate a greater need and go out there and, I mean, like the child welfare program or child care program, if we can't anticipate a greater need, go buy, instead of funding stuff next year from our general fund, go buy stuff at 10 cents on the dollar that we could then put into our fund and then raise our, you know, our percentage of poverty and number of families.
There's a risk associated with that, because there's no guarantee that other counties will have money left.
You know, we're such neophytes at doing this transfer. I don't actually know how much you can have in reserves for childcare, or is it the TANF reserves?
Your child welfare, and TANF reserves cannot
exceed $100,000.
Next year, or this year, it's 30%.
Ours is 100,000, yeah. So we could go out and keep purchasing to build up our potential. And, you know, a lot of it will depend on how we're mitigated this year, if we're closed out, what we see as a need for next year. So we it's something that I watch monthly, and I mean, now we're hip to buying cheap dollars. It's amazing.
Rob, it's kind of a gamble on how you think other counties are going to make decisions. So, for example, a lot of counties are dropping back their eligibility, and this may have been part of Eagle's calculus, because of the new notice requirements. You know, the rapid growth in caseload, and the fact that now you have to notify folks who are on the program. I think it's a year now. It moved from 6 months to a year. And so I think a lot of counties have been pretty conservative and will back. And you're shaking your head. That's kind of how Eagle County, I think a lot of counties are doing that. And what's happening is if they've overshot that, then that's leaving these additional dollars out there. Now, if those counties will still be conservative over the next year or two, and caseloads are stable, it's likely that we'd be able to go out and purchase and mitigate. But it's not a guarantee. But it's something that, as we talk about, you know, now that we have a handle, I think, on what's happening with our child care caseload and where it's at, that's part of what we need to consider in our strategies moving forward.
Obviously, I don't have any great insight here, but it seems like across the board, there's a tendency of counties, especially, you know, that have budget concerns, there's a tendency to lower that level, that poverty level. So we went 225, 185. I think you all 225 to 150. To me, that almost is like one-time monies, because then when you go see where it both ends up and what the projections are for the next year, better not be gambling on that happening.
Yeah.
Right.
And we'll see, you know, time will tell, but I'd be ultra conservative. I mean, I even thought of what you were thinking about, well, maybe not in the budget, but how to achieve cash flow so we could afford, you know, our clients. And, well, we ought to be conservative.
Well, that brings us to the Child Care Assistance Program, which is a hot topic for a number of reasons. One, because you all asked us to, as staff, you met in on February 1st, I think, or January 18th maybe, or 11th or something.
18th.
And then you met in a joint meeting on February 1st, and you asked us, Kids First and Human Services, to come back with an update. So what I'm going to give you is a 6-month update to the best of my ability. I know that it's on the agenda for the City Council meeting on the 16th. And we have seen the memo that Kids First has written for that event. I don't know if it'll be rewritten a little bit, but I'm going to take you through what's happening and then make a recommendation. So counties are allowed to make a range of eligibility from 130% federal poverty to 225% federal poverty in the Child Care Assistance Program. And in 2011, our allocation was $82,476. And just to give you a little bit of history, in CCAP, when I first started overseeing human services directly in 2007, we had about 2 families a month that qualified for CCAP at 185% of poverty. And we were generally underspent by 60% of the allocation. We changed the allocation up to try to maximize the utilization of the funds. So that by 2009, we had about 7 families a month at that 225% federal poverty guidelines. By 2011, in January, when we presented to you, we had 19 families that qualified under 225% of poverty. And we were projecting that we would be overspent by almost $80,000. So double what our allocation was. So in January, you all decided to reduce the eligibility to 185 and to cap the number of families at 13. And so in the last 6 months, let's see what I have. You have in your books, and I just made, it's kind of hard to see, but Jack had asked in particular, what does it mean if you're at 185% of poverty? And so the chart that you have here and also in your memo tells you what the monthly gross income is at 185% of poverty, or any of our programs, depending on the number of people in your family. So on the very far left, you see family size. If you have 4 people in the family, and you go across to 185% of poverty, that family would be making $3,400 or less.
Actually,
am I wrong?
It's the next column over.
Sorry.
We actually have, unfortunately, we have 2 185% columns.
Yeah, I see
because
that.
the programs choose different dates when they update their income guidelines. So we have WIC, prenatal and LEAP are currently running off the 2010 federal poverty guidelines, and child care, Medicaid, and commodities are running off the 2011 federal poverty guidelines. So it's the 185 in the white.
Yeah, so it's 3,447. Thank you for explaining that. See how complicated our world is?
And that
Crazy.
federal poverty guideline document just recently got updated, isn't that correct? The
2011, yes.
Yeah, that just recently came in, and that's not a set date every year.
It had been previously, but because of
Not this year.
economic conditions, it hasn't been
Okay.
regular.
And the federal poverty guidelines are based on 1965 food costs.
Yeah.
And so these numbers are so low, it's very difficult to live in 100% of poverty. It's very hard to live here.
I missed that. These are based on what year?
1965 food costs. They have not changed the methodology. The federal government has not. So this is like archaic, but this is what we have to work with. So, yeah.
So to be clear, it's household income,
Yes, gross.
gross household income.
Yeah, right. So you have to include everybody's income. Right.
Jack?
And so
you were mentioning this is archaic, but, and to me, time-wise, well, it might be, but really what this is not regionally or locally sensitive. That's what you're really saying.
That's also correct.
Yeah,
It could be ancient, but the real key is what I just mentioned.
yes, exactly. It's national, across the board, no way around it. So that, I just wanted to give you a snapshot of that. Here's a picture, I think you have this in your memo as well, that tells us, and it got a little squeezed. So what you're looking at here is on the left, state fiscal year 2010, on the right, state fiscal year 2011. Every month, how many families we had in CCAP and how they qualified with income. So where it says less than 13, that's 130, less than 15, it would be 150, less than 185, and less than 225. What I think is particularly noteworthy in this chart is if you look at the growth in 2011 in our poorest families. In July, a year ago, we had one family that made less than 130% of poverty. In June, just this past June, we had 10 families. That's a huge jump for us. And it's not, so what we're seeing are actually more poorer families coming in for assistance, below 150% of poverty than above it.
Now, Nan, these families are all just in Pickens County?
Yes.
Because I know Kids First will take families outside Pickens County.
I don't, yes, do they do Eagle County?
Well, I remember...
If you work in Aspen, yes.
They work in Aspen, but where they live, their residence is outside Pickens County. But these numbers are specifically for
This is just
Pickens
Pickens County.
Okay, thanks.
Exactly.
You've got a total line here adding up the months, but are those not the same families and the same kids?
They can be.
So they can be, or that, maybe someone moved out, but if one kid is here from July through June in that fiscal year, and he's in that poverty level, he's counted 12 times in that total column.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I read that properly.
Right.
He's counted once per each month.
Right.
So I'm going to get ahead of myself a little bit, but if we look at, again, let's say we've got 10 families in June that were...
They're 130% of poverty.
I don't want to pose this question. So Eagle County is at 150% right now. So does that mean that if someone was living, let's say living in Elgeville, they would have the option to find daycare in Eagle County in the Mid-Valley versus coming up to Kids First in Pickens County, regardless of where they work, but in terms of the residents, in terms of, because you've got a higher cap and a lower poverty level.
So the child care program specifically is by county of residence. So if we had someone who lived in Elgeville, was an Eagle County resident, they would qualify under the CCAP program for Eagle County. But if, for example, they worked in Aspen, they may then also qualify for a Kids First subsidy above the CCAP eligibility.
So I guess I'm trying to get to my question. My point is that those families may have the opportunity, if they can't get into Kids First up here because of the way our guidelines, if they live in Eagle County, they may be able to get into the program there.
An Eagle County program similar to Kids First?
Yes.
There isn't one.
We don't have.
There is not.
We do not have a
It's
program.
very rare. Our Kids First is very rare. I think Summit County has something similar, but it's very unique sales tax based support for child care and housing.
So then where do the Eagle County families go to use child care with these funds?
For Eagle County that are on CCAP.
Yes.
They go to any provider that we contract with, and the provider could actually be in Pickens County, but Eagle County has a contract with them also as Pickens County, like Early Learning Center. I think both counties have a contract.
What happens to the families that are over 150% of poverty?
Then they're not eligible for child care assistance.
Meaning they would have to find their own childcare situation and pay for it.
Or states?
I guess I was just trying to figure out how we address the problems within the Roaring Fork Valley. We have three different counties,
It's
and
complex.
you've got dollars available within each county, and even though these other counties don't have a Kids First program, they still have the ability to use other child care operations. Jack?
Yeah, Rob? I'd like to clarify something I just heard from Kathy. It seems like a family could qualify for CCAP in Eagle County, for example, at 150%. But then could they try, and are those dollars allocated to only recognized or, child care providers within
License.
that you all approve, but Kids First is not one of those? Because I'm hearing, I thought I heard you could qualify for CCAP and then go to Kids
Yeah.
First.
I heard you say that too, and I think the way that it's worked is that you either qualify for CCAP or you go to Kids First. So for Eagle County, if you make over 150% or you're on the waiting list, you could use Kids First if you live in the Roaring Fork Valley and you work in Aspen.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's either or.
Yeah, that's the key, either or.
That was my misunderstanding, because I thought
Okay.
you could give an additional subsidy.
No, because they would
Okay.
qualify for yours.
Okay.
Good questions.
Back to this chart, I just want to make sure that I'm reading and making assumptions properly. If we look at the fiscal year 2011, the June line across, if we're looking at how many kids qualify under 225% of the poverty level, you would add up all those? So it's 19 kids? It's the 14 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1? So in an individual column, say the 225% column, that 1 under the kids is kids between 185 and 225. Okay, I just want to make sure I was reading it properly.
Right. And you can see that by the end of June, we had one family over 225, and that one family is a family that will not be eligible at the end of July and will need to go to Kids First, based on the current situation. Right?
Yes,
So-
that's correct.
And the same with there are two, no, that's right. Rob, did you have another question?
Well, the end of July, I just wanted to clarify that the end of July is that 6-month waiting
6-month
period, which is
notice.
now a year
Yes.
if we make any changes to it at this point.
Right.
Because we did this in January, so that would be the end of July.
And the 12-month waiting period applies if you reduce the eligibility.
If you increase it, it goes into effect immediately.
Yes. So we've worked up a program analysis that is in your packet that talks about what will happen if we make no change at all. If we stay at 185% of poverty based on the trends that we've seen, we will need an additional 60,351 next year just to cover the 13 families that we have. And remember that there's a risk. We always have to take families at 130% or below of poverty, no matter what, and we have to take teen moms no matter what. So they're not cap related. If we go to 185% and remove the cap, we would anticipate a cost of about $87,000. And then the chart takes you to, and it's based on the number of families, the payrolls, the family costs, the family fee, all of that stuff. including the allocation. And we're basing all this on the allocation from 2011 because we've not yet gotten notice of our 2012 allocation. So if we increased it to 200% of poverty, the cost would be about $148,000 a year. If we went all the way up to 225%, and we're assuming this is not capped, but this is about the caseload that we would imagine, it would be about $167,600. Do you want to add anything about that?
No, I think the way we calculate this is basically we determine what is an average cost per family per month for the payrolls. So that can vary depending on whether the household is at 130% or 0% of federal poverty or whether they're at closer to 150. Their share adjusts, but on average, when we look across a year's time, the average household cost is $813.
What did we put in this year, these last 6 months, to cover the overage from our general fund?
We bought the $70,000 from Eagle to cover.
So we had originally had allocated $70,000 from the general fund, and then we were able to utilize the dollars from Eagle County. So the net result was no monies came out of the general fund.
Correct.
I see, okay. So in a sense, we saved those monies that we were going to spend.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So, oh, see, I knew it. I knew there was one more. The impacts of the eligibility reduction, I've had a couple of meetings with Shirley Ritter, and we sort of put our thoughts together about this. We have 3 families on the waiting list now who are at 185% of poverty. Those people have to go to Kids First to get covered while they're on our waiting list. Kids First, in the period of 6 months, Kids First took on 6 families below 200% of poverty and 2 families between 200 and 225%. They anticipate that would be an annual cost of about $93,000 annually to them, the shift of the cost. What we know, or what we sort of learned about each other, is that the CCAP parent fees, meaning what the parents have to pay, is between 7 and 14% by rule. The state tells us how we have to do it. Kids First, their parental fee is 14 to 16%. So our poorest families have to pay more to use Kids First than to use CCAP when they don't fit on our in our cap. Those 8 cases that are now at Kids First are not cases that are necessarily coming into our public assistance office, where we can also assess, are they eligible for food, are they eligible for LEAP, are they eligible for all these other programs, and we lose a central place to care for our most vulnerable families. There is some concern, and we're still trying to work it out, whether or not there is a disincentive to work because of the parent fee differential. And, we couldn't actually pinpoint that that's happening, but if you see the big difference in what the parents have to pay, and you know that families are already stressed out and unable to meet the needs of their children and their families, that's a concern for us. So I think I'm going to go to the previous slide, last one, in talking to Kids First and really considering what do we want to do with this situation, staff is recommending that we increase back up to 200% of poverty for a period of 3 years. And that 3 years is our best guess as to how long the economy could be difficult. We would recommend no cap on the number of families because, remember, these are our most vulnerable families. And so we want to stay connected to them. We want to keep them connected to the right resources, and we want to be involved with them when their cases are redetermined, and we want to promote work and do case management. The increased cost is pricey. It's $148,000, $155,000. Remember that Kids First anticipated annual cost for taking on our cases was about $98,000. We would do everything we could to buy CCAP dollars from other counties, and we would recommend utilizing the general fund balance for these 3 years. In 2 years, and so we commit to 3 years. In 2 years, we come back and we say, here's what the utilization is. It's gone up, it's gone down, and we have that 1 year time period to make an adjustment again or consider if there are other funding sources or other opportunities for us. But for the most part, I think the unintended consequence for us of going down to 185% of poverty is really the loss of connection with our most vulnerable families and trying to support them through an active case management plan and helping them become self-sufficient.
I missed that last section, I'm sorry, because I was just looking at your memo where you talk about the unintended consequences of having families go to Kids First. So
That's with the slide before.
yeah, I missed that. So you're still recommending to go this route, even though there are some of these unintended consequences that we're missing the ability to serve these families with some other more overall needs.
No, sorry. I'm recommending that we go this route to diminish the unintended consequences. So to keep families connected to human services, to help them get connected to other programs, to help incentivize them to work, let them know that we commit to them for a period of time, and to not make them pay a higher fee at Kids First.
Okay, I read this wrong.
Sorry, I might have written it wrong, George.
Okay, Jack?
Yeah, along the same lines. Now I'd like you to qualify on page 6 under the section George just talked about, under number 1. These low-income families likely qualify for other public benefits.
Right.
Like what?
Well, if you look at the form that has the Eagle Pitkin federal poverty guidelines that we looked at, anyone under 200% is eligible for those programs based on their income. So they might be...
In those various categories that
right.
was listed there?
Yes. Yeah. That's why I handed that out. So you
Medicaid,
can see.
transitional commodities,
Yes,
etc.
exactly.
Well,
In number 3 of that category, on that sheet, you say where it talks about the parent fee set between 7 and 13%. Where is it set for us right now?
It depends on your family size and income.
Okay, so it's a sliding scale, but
Sliding
it's
scale.
somewhere,
Yeah,
so different families pay a different percentage of their
right. The highest would be
childcare.
14%.
You have any idea what the
At
average is?
225% of poverty.
Do not know what the average parent fee is.
And I just wanted to ask, you say increased cost of 148, 155. That's an annual increased cost.
That's correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure I was clear on that, too.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see that in the program analysis sheet. Right, how we got to that.
It's still a reduction from where we were. You know, this is just going back and analyzing now, because we were at 225, we went to 185. After having some experience with it, I think staff is coming back and asking really to explore for the 2012 budget. We're not looking for a decision point today, but to start the dialogue about, is this something that we want to try and consider fitting in for the 2012 through 2014 budget, and kind of see then how do we do with mitigation dollars, or not. I guess it wouldn't be mitigation dollars. It'd be the horse
mitigation,
transfers, that sort of thing.
And then Jack?
I think you've expressed a lot of this through your presentation, but in January when we met, staff recommendation was to go to 150%. We ended up going above that at 185, and staff's recommendation was to cap it at 8 families, or 8 households. And like I said, I think you've expressed a lot of this in your presentation, but this seems like a major shift from, what's changed in our economy since January, and what's changed in how the program's gone since January.
Well, I think that, what a big part of what's changed is the pressure on Kids First, our partners. And what's happened is by creating this shift, they've had to cut back for their middle and low middle income families. And so we're actually reaching fewer families at a greater cost to the families. And I don't think that we anticipate, we sort of knew that Kids First was going to have to cut down their top end, but they're already subsidizing $300,000 or $400,000. And so through all the discussions this spring about a number of things, where I'm coming from with this recommendation is there are some cost-sharing opportunities here between the city and the county to support our most vulnerable families. Some of that is possibly what we pick up for CCAP. Some of it is possibly what the city maintains for Health and Human Services. So some of it is that piece, but mostly it's about wanting to use the fund balance that we have at a time of need to really support our most vulnerable families. And having these 6 months to review that and say, oh yeah, these are 8 real families that are struggling.
If I could add on to that, because I know from my perspective, I think there's also been some other changes. When we came in January, I think we had a lot more uncertainty about what was happening with our local economy. Were we still, were we in recovery? Were we in nosedive? What was happening? And when we said we were going to come back, part of it was, we may have a better sense of what things are looking like going forward. And I think some things that stuck with me as Nan and I were talking about this, in addition to what Nan said, is we're not seeing recovery in our unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate continues to be high. But it's difficult to know whether that's because folks are becoming encouraged and coming back on the rolls. I don't know what our workforce numbers are looking like in that calculation. It's something we probably need to think about. But we do know our sales tax is starting to show some positive signs. We've been starting to see some indications of at least transactions in the real estate market. And one of the reasons we chose a window, a 3-year window, is from a business case perspective. One of the things you don't want to do is lock down your child care benefits so much that it becomes a barrier to folks becoming reemployed. And so, in other words, in the cost-benefit analysis for these families who are on the edge, it may not make sense to take that job when it becomes available. Is that within this 3-year time frame? I think there may be some indications that things are looking up, although we haven't seen the employment come back yet. I'm certainly not arguing that, but I think we're seeing some indications that we might see some employment come back, and this removes a barrier, especially if that employment is at the lower end of the pay scale. The second thing then I think we're a little bit more comfortable on is that we're probably not in the steep slide down, and so we're a little bit more comfortable knowing where those dollars are actually going to end up, that we're not that there's going to be more stability in this caseload that we're projecting, which is something that in January we really didn't know. There was a lot more uncertainty, which is, I think, why staff tended towards the more conservative side because of the higher levels of uncertainty. I think we're feeling like these projections are a little more solid moving forward, and that's part of the reason we'd be willing to suggest moving up.
Thanks, Jack.
Well, I guess, as in all things, we can be optimists, we can be pessimists, and some of us have to be right in between, in the middle, looking at practicality. And I believe there's no way that we are any longer like we were in the 90s and before, disconnected from the national economy. The first quarter of this year, things were very optimistic. The nation was putting on 300,000 new jobs a month. The economic momentum has died. 18,000, quite a bit of difference. I absolutely disagree with 3 years. There's nothing. We're talking the working people here. I'm not talking about the guys who, participate in the market and, at that whole level. We'll just leave it at that. This is us working guys I'm talking about. Things aren't going to get better. I believe I was certainly representative of Pitkin County families, Pitkin County needs. I was elected to do that. I am sensitive to our partners and deeply appreciative of Eagle County, Garfield County for what they do, Kids First, all of our nonprofits, etc. How many times, therefore, and where I'm at, how many times can we continue to go to the well? I'm not optimistic. For me, the way I do budgets, and we have set a pattern, 5-year budgets, at the current 185%, that's $301,000 that we haven't allocated for in the future. And I certainly understand there's that option if it's available about CCAP monies. I'm not gambling on that. To me, I have to deal with facts. No way general fund monies I'm coming up with. But then we go, let's get back to the recommendation of staff at 200%, $741,000. Now, okay, people are important, but if we do not keep up our infrastructure in this county relative to roads, we're going to definitely go to our unappropriated monies. I think there's direction to go there. We know. We have put on an additional employee, Health and Human Services, to help out. This was 2 years ago. Absolutely necessary. You had me 100% obviously behind that. But I think there's a point in time when we have to draw the line in the sand, and we cannot, and I always say this and I believe in it, we cannot be all things to all people. Given the fact that pregnancies and below 130% poverty level, unequivocally you're part of the program, there's too many uncertainties for me to be going to this recommendation. And to me, this recommendation feels way sensitive to Kids First, but not looking at our Pitkin County bubble only in and of itself. So you're absolutely to be commended about that partnership and understanding, but I, as a decision maker, cannot agree with it. I'm at 185%. I want to go there. The thing and I'm giving away the beans here, so it's not back and forth for me. I think I might have some flexibility about the cap number and give a little more leeway there, and that way we expand some access, but not those numbers.
A couple of questions. Our last meeting with the city, when we talked about this, and we decided we would pick up some of this need from our general fund. I thought the city was also going to go into discussion among themselves in terms of perhaps appropriating some dollars as well from their general fund. And so is there, or might there still be a partnership in terms of splitting these dollars between the county and the city?
I think that's sort of what we're proposing here, is that but it's hard to know because Kids First isn't here. This is sort of a prep meeting for the August 18th.
Right, but Kids First aside, in terms of city council, I don't know if you've heard from staff at all that they are willing to contribute some dollars out of their general fund, because I heard that conversation when we met with them, but then we left, and so we never heard back in terms of if they actually did contribute or if they decided to.
Yeah, in the spring, I think they made an adjustment, but it didn't come from general fund, it came from fund balance.
Well, but
right. Yeah, but Kids First has on the table an even bigger adjustment to manage the growth as a result of taking on the CCAP families.
yeah. So I would like to see a partnership with the city to address this issue, and we'll have that discussion. I'd also like to see, and we talked about this a little bit at our last joint meeting, Kids First eligibility and requirements in terms of and prioritizing how they take their families. And my concern then and still is that we are using spots in Kids First from families outside of Pickens County, and if I recall, as far away as Newcastle. And I think that's an issue that needs to be addressed from Kids First policies, that they can't be all things to all people. And if it's a program that's supposed to be funded by city sales tax and funded by Pickens County CSAP monies, that there should be a prioritization in terms of placement. So that's a discussion, or that's some information I would like to see. And then lastly, is there an opportunity, and maybe Kids First does this, have they applied for the Healthy Communities Fund in the past, and could they be eligible? They're a nonprofit.
They're governmental. They're a city entity.
Oh, they're a city entity.
Yeah, and they are pass-through. They're a tertiary agency, so we don't fund an agency that then gives away the money again.
Okay, so they would not be eligible for Healthy Community Fund.
Right, and historically, the Healthy Community Fund has not funded childcare because Kids First does that.
But the Healthy Community Fund, as we'll have the discussion shortly, in terms of coming up to the amount we will be asking.
Next week.
Next week, that's shortly.
Yes, it is.
Those funds, those monies go to so many other organizations that address needs in the community, not only county, but also city needs. So I guess what I'm getting at, there needs to be a partnership here with the city. It needs to be understanding it. And I see this separate from the Healthy Community Fund issue that we're going to be talking about. This is specifically in terms of funding for these families in dire need. But also looking at the reality of Kids First and their programs and their requirements, because I understand that the pressure that I sense the pressure that you're getting is coming from Kids First and the board of Kids First. And I want to make sure that they're doing everything that they can possibly do to help address this issue as well.
And I think they'll present that on the 16th.
Yeah.
Their board has identified what measures they've taken. The fact that they don't feel like they can take any more, and that it's families that are being impacted.
So, given that's a lot of the information that I would like to hear for me to to support this, and I think there's a way to do this. And of course, we're still missing 2 other board members that I know were supportive of this in the past. So obviously, we're not making any decisions. We're just giving you some feedback and some comments. Jack?
Yeah, I have to respectfully disagree with one thing you said, and only as a great unknown. Healthy Community Fund, $390,000 plus 48 or whatever that number was that the city contributes. That unknown means any number of things you can imagine to meeting the needs of the community. Though they're different funding sources, we have general fund, we have Kids First, and we have Healthy Community Fund. At the end of the day, a lot of the same people are going to be paying for them. So I'd just be real hesitant about the partnership. The partnership seems to want to put the squeeze. Maybe the partnership ought to be, well, we might participate, but in fact, you're going to have to change your allocations because Kids First might be just way generous. I mean, I don't even know what it's more than 225, right?
It's
Kids.
400.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Jack, what I was saying was that we need to separate the discussion with the Healthy Communities Fund from the Kids First. And we had that discussion last time. I thought most of the board agreed that we'll make our determination based on what we feel is best, not based on the anticipation what the city may or may not do in terms of Healthy Community Fund. And so I'm just trying to separate these 2 issues completely, and our decision should be based on, for me, a partnership addressing the kids first, the family's needs, with a partnership with the city to address this shortfall.
but is there any condition of that partnership and I think you might have alluded, but I'm clarifying. I mean, you have an organization that has 400% of poverty.
Kids First.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
So are we going to say, well, we'll partner so you can continue to meet 400% when we're at 185%?
Right, and I said I really want to have that discussion with Kids First Board in terms of what they are doing in terms of trying to address the shortfall from their pocketbook before they start looking at the county's pocketbook.
And that will be part of our joint discussion. That's not information or discussion we brought to this meeting.
Rob?
Let me just weigh in on a couple of things. First of all, George, I very much agree with you. I'd like to see where Kids First is going with their levels and the comment you made about families outside of Picken County. And if the argument is being made that we're going to make some change to help support and our partnership with Kids First, that's county dollars going towards, families outside the county. I'd like to get more information on that. The 3-year thing kind of eludes me a little bit because I don't really understand, because it takes a year to make a change anyway, and that gives some reassurance to anybody who gets into the program that they're going to be in the program for a year. So I'm not sure where that came from. Looking at the last chart that you had with the 2011 fiscal year and the number of families and kids, another thing that strikes me there in that chart is that the growth is all under 130%, which they're automatically in the program anyway, regardless of cap of number of people, or they're already in the income level. It went from 1 kid to 14 kids from July last year to June this year, and every other category, 150 and up, 185 and up, 125 and up, reduce the level of kids in terms of kids in the program. So my fear is that no matter what we do, the cost is going to increase because that's where the level is going to increase. I agree with Jack on the sense that I don't think it should be us taking a gamble on CCAP money being allocated from other counties. As we know, this is probably the last time we're going to get it from Eagle County because they're thinking about making changes to things, and they probably won't have a surplus next year. I will note in regards to the unemployment issue numbers, Although over the last 3 years, there has been a steady increase month to month on unemployment, for both the month of April and March, there was a decrease in unemployment within Pickens County, ever so small, but there was a decrease. In the month of May, where there was an increase, for the first time in the 13 years that I've been here, all 3 major hotels closed down for remodels, and that is, by my calculation, about 500 jobs right there of people filing for job-detached unemployment, which does have a big increased unemployment numbers. Just some statistical stuff that I looked up. I lean towards where Jack is. I also like the idea of maybe looking at the number of families, maybe increasing that a little bit to get some more people in, so we're not turning people away to Kids First. But I'm fearful of the gamble that we're not recovering that fast, and that this number might be higher in terms of general fund. And we do have to look at stewardship of our funds in terms of, and I know we're getting a great rate of return by investing in our children. There's no question about that. But as capital projects get put off, we are, and I joked about it with John earlier, it's kind of funny, the last time we had this discussion, we had the roads discussion the week before, and we just had the roads discussion earlier today. So for some reason, they're on the same schedule. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It is what it's about, sitting on this side of the table, when we start to say, hey, if we don't do something about our roads, the cost is going to be 3, 4, 5, 10 times more if we put it off. And like I said, I think making an investment in our kids is a huge part of being part of the community too. But those are the decisions that we have to weigh. So
this is all great information, so thank you very much. And Kathy, thank you for coming over. We have two decision points that I think we want to just make here. Do we want to serve as the Board of Social Services?
We don't have a choice. Is that correct?
Well, we do have a...
Well, I think the way let me put it this way. I would very much advise and prefer that you meet quarterly as a Board of Social Services and just go ahead and double-check the work that we're doing on warrants. I think we could have a colorable argument that you don't have to, but I think it's a more prudent route to do it.
Earlier, I think Nan mentioned we could still choose. We can be the Board of Social Services, but we can still choose to delegate. Now, what's the difference between meeting quarterly, delegating, and delegating, and then and obviously we have our quarterly reports anyway.
You're still delegating because otherwise you'd be meeting monthly to sign the warrants. Because that is our requirement under statute. So you'd still be delegating that responsibility. What I'm suggesting is that you require us as staff to come back and basically have you ratify the work that we've done on a quarterly basis. And then, because this has been such a dynamic environment, I think the discussion that we just had is a good example, but certainly not the only example. We haven't really gotten into the statewide issues that we think are important that be at play at CCI or as you talk to other counties. I think right now it's probably important for us to at least be coming back quarterly so that and we're getting some ratification of the positions we're taking at a statewide level. So, Jack, I'm not trying to be mealy-mouthed about it, but I think we're in better compliance by you meeting quarterly as a Board of Social Services.
So we would be more cognizant of positions taken on a statewide level. What does that mean?
Well, and also...
Who's making those? I mean, Nan is our representative, but she's part of the Directors Association, and you go to meetings, but when we go to CCI, Rachel and I are already somewhat, because I'll speak for myself, relative to absolutely cognizant, only somewhat cognizant of what's going on there, because the directors are the knowledgeable ones.
Well, I think there's one example that is, I think, the easiest, and that is, we didn't have time today, but there's a whole discussion about Medicaid and the Maximus contract. If Medicaid gets pulled out to be separate from our administrative dollars, we're not going to be able to provide public assistance. A small rural, we only get $100,000 in that allocation, I can't remember exactly. So if Medicaid removes, I think there's something like 36 or 40,000, we're not going to be able to provide the service. We don't have any venue to talk to you all about that, to write letters, to have the Board of Social Services take a position. And I know that you and Rachel are at CCI, and that is great, but there's so much happening all the time that that it just would be really useful for you to have a little bit of information, so that if we came and said we need a letter of support, you could all say, yeah, of course, or no, that doesn't work for us, or whatever.
And we're seeing potential budget implications as caseloads change and grow and our workload grows, and we'd rather be able to bring you along in that discussion than plop it down, in a work session, so that...
In a crisis mode or something.
Yeah, and then it's similar, Jack, I think, to, where you have quarterly meetings with the health board,
As the health board.
As the health, with the health board, as the health board, as the Board of Health, that there's actually, in a lot of ways, I think, a more dynamic environment happening in human services, and I think as staff, we would like to be sure that as we're moving forward and making decisions or recommendations, that you have been part of those discussions and we're all in line together. So,
Rob, any thoughts?
I see the benefits to having a quarterly meeting, if that's what's on the table here, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I see that it is important for us to act as a Board of Social Services. I mean, this is a lot of information that we have not seen before and have the ability to discuss as a board. And I think informational-wise, budgetary-wise, and the idea politically, in terms of what we may be able to influence that would benefit us as a Board of Social Services on top of being a Board of County Commissioners, I think would be important. And so I don't think it's going to add a burden for us. I don't know if it adds a burden for staff or if it actually helps staff to meet quarterly with us and have to do some prep. But I think it would be positive for the organization and for the community.
It is work. It's a lot of work because it's a complicated topic, but it's reassuring to know that you all, as much as possible, know what we know in this changing environment, and in an area where we are responsible for mandated services, and those rules and regulations and legislation change, are on the cusp of changing all the time. So for us to have an understanding of that, so we don't get someplace we don't want to be.
So if there's three of us that are in favor of it, then we can go ahead. If not, then we'll need to have that discussion with the two absent commissioners.
We would defer the decision, like so many we make.
We could do that.
I'm not asking for that. I mean, I like the quarterlies, and you got an issue you want to bring up, bring it up, because you're here anyway. So it's not much difference. I certainly, if members think strongly, which I don't, that it's a positive, let's roll with it.
Okay, let's go with it, and if for some reason...
But we might defer it, though.
Well, I was going to just suggest, I would suggest we go with it, but inform Rachel and Michael and see if they have any issues or problems, and if they do, we can bring back that discussion.
We'll have the discussion during future agendas. I think right now we'll take this as staff direction to plan on having this in October. We can talk about during future agendas just to make sure that Michael and Rachel are also on board. And
We likely would not take an hour and a half most of the time. This was an issue on top of.
Right, I understand.
Yeah, I have to say, if you can get the other commissioners copies of this was very helpful in kind of, looking up, this was from the services class we went to in
Board of County
December.
Commissioners training.
Training.
Human Services Department.
So, there's a lot I'm sure it's changing as we're speaking, but it's a helpful reference guide to even stuff that was in this packet, so.
So with that, I will need a motion to adjourn as a Board of Social Services.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I was only being facetious about deferring this.
I never know, you never know. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Aye, so I will adjourn our special meeting. Thank you, ladies.
I'm not a deferred guy, really.
Grassroots, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Okay, we're back to our memos of interest. John?
Yeah, the first memo of interest is really our first take at some of the changes that we're proposing to make to our schedule on the day of the Pro Challenge bike race on August 24th. Obviously, we're going to continue doing work to put more detail, but I know when I first brought this up, it generated some discussions. I wanted the board to see our initial thoughts on how we were going to manage that day and what services and facilities would likely be open and which ones would not, and just get a preliminary okay for the direction that we're headed. We still have coordination to do with the 9th Judicial District. I've been in contact with the court administrator, and they're still trying to figure out what level of access they're going to need for that day to the courthouse. They think they may be able to do it with limited access, so we can. We're a little bit concerned about overrunning the bathroom facilities and such in that building that day. But other than that, I think we've covered most of the major areas and are headed in a direction. So I'd entertain questions.
I guess on the bathroom issue, I just had a thought, we could have one of those yellow tapes, saying out of order, because I just noticed the courthouse, the main entrance of the courthouse is being worked on, so there's that yellow tape, and we could just crisscross some of those on and hopefully deter people from going into some of our public facilities. As I mentioned to John earlier, I'm hoping and I'm sure there'll be a street load of porta potties, but of course some people would maybe want to find another restroom besides that, so.
I mean, I would go even as far as to say they're going to have 400 plus volunteers for this race. They should post a volunteer on each courthouse steps with our information and have them be able to give out that information and say, there are no restrooms in here, that's where the porta potties are, go down there. Because, people are just going to be wandering around, and there's a lot of security issues, document issues, safety issues in the county building, and if they're going to have that workload of volunteers as the base, I think we should request that of the race committee.
And our intention right now would be to have the east side of the building locked here, because there's really no public access services. The clerk and recorder's building would be open. Our employees can access with code. Where we probably have the most significant issues, and we can talk to the race organizers about the volunteers, would be in the old courthouse, because we know we'll be open at least till noon with our own services, treasurer and assessor, and we're still working through the court schedule, and obviously the library will be open. And that'll have an impact on building and grounds to make sure that we've got toilet paper and all those things from likely higher use.
John?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Due to the fact that this is a community event, one of the mitigations has to be porta potties, and obviously Rob has an additional good idea in that we really don't allow that, because the bathrooms can be overwhelmed very quickly, and there's no service to the people who actually are accessing county services. So Rob's right on that idea.
Any other questions or issues for John for that?
Just a public announcement that there is an Aspen website for this race for information regarding road closures and everything like that, and it's aspenupcc.com. So if people are looking for information, they can go to aspenupcc.com.
One more, George. John, I'd like to get your feedback on this statement. In the memo, bottom of the first page, to the greatest degree possible, staff will give them the option to work from home, forwarding phones to cell or home phones, working on projects as assigned. I'm not sure how practical that is. There are those people who are able to do that under normal protocol due to supervisor, somebody's approval, but to have people that are not used to working from home, does that really make sense?
Well, for...
Unless it's a very, very limited number.
Yeah, and so what we're really talking about there, so human resources, for example, we'd be forwarding phones. There's processing work that they can do from home. We'll have one member from the human resource department who will be available here in town if we have an issue. So those are the types of things that we're talking about. I think, and Tom Oken just came in, but I know in the treasurer's and assessor's office, I think they're going to have staff there in the morning. Then when we lock the doors, they'd probably be staying in the offices, those who aren't taking time off for the Pro Challenge bike race. Quite frankly, I think we'll have a number of employees that choose to use some of their volunteer hours or take time off to be to the race too. And because we're expecting that folks won't be in town to see us primarily that day, that will probably work out to work with some skeleton crews. So we're trying to stay conscious of that, Jack. Planning, we're going to be trying to set meetings off-site as necessary and, continue to do inspections. So it's a limited number of folks that will be doing the work from home. But for some folks, it's more practical, especially given the parking and access issues that they have.
Yeah, I'm way into encouraging people to volunteer and take time off, other than the core services that will be open.
Next thing we have is a request to use the airport baggage area as for filming, and we have Jim Elwood with us. Maybe you can do introductions.
Pleased to. Jim Elwood, I'm the airport director. Doug Weiser is the producer of the film Chapman. He's made a request to be able to use the baggage claim area of the airport after hours as part of a film shoot. We've outlined a couple of the details of the theme of the shoot. I think the couple of interesting components of this, and I'll turn it over to Doug, is that the proceeds are designated to go toward charity. And two questions that I'd like to get clarification from the board on is whether or not you want to see this film shoot happen at the airport. Doug and his team have agreed to offset the extra labor expense we might incur to support it, and whether or not you'd like recognition of the airport terminal and acknowledgments of the movie credits. So those are kind of the two questions, and I'll turn it over to Doug for anything you'd like to add or questions.
Okay. Doug Weiser, I live in Old Snowmass, and been here in the community for about 9 years now. Just one clarification. The film is a very low-budget film, and the idea is that the profits, if we ever see any profits, would go to this organization called Empowered, which is an organization that has served youth from Assault High School down to Rifle and still in existence today. The interesting component is that the writer-director of the film came out of that program and felt that it really helped his life. So his idea was to come back. Now he's been living in LA for several years and try to help raise some money for the organization that he felt benefited him. And the other part that Jim was just mentioning, the other way we could not only recognize in the airport in the credits, but also if it's valuable to have it in the filming itself appear to be Aspen Airport or not identified it as Aspen Airport. It could be either way.
Jim, the only question I have is security for baggage that usually sits at the airport overnight. It's always a security issue, but now you've got a crew roaming around, and how would you secure that luggage that has just been left there?
We'd probably have it secured, unless there's been some unusual activity that coincides with this particular event. It would be tucked in behind in the baggage claim area. We'll secure it elsewhere in the airport during that time. So I think we can handle that one should it come up.
Questions? Rob?
Yeah, my thoughts, as long as you can address the security issues, the funding of any additional costs that the airport might incur, which it says here under budgetary impacts that the film producers have agreed to pay for any additional costs. And my preference is to have Aspen showcased. I think it helps our tourism economy here. So,
Jack?
Do we have any precedent? Has this occurred before?
We've had a few requests in the past, and circumstances just didn't come together on those, so this one's kind of leading the way in terms of how we're going to handle things, or at least could be an indicator of how we'd handle things next time.
Yeah, and so this is, the baggage claim area is the public area anyway. I mean, there's no question about security and, behind the scenes, as it were, in all of the badged areas. So, yeah, I'm supportive. I agree with giving this a shot. And, why not put Picken County Airport on it? As they're leaving with the rental car, they might look back and see the sign. Who knows?
We can make that happen.
Yeah, I like the idea as well. I think it's great that it's initiated by locals, local director, local student from the Salt High School. I like the idea that it's a nonprofit organization, and any monies, if they were ever to be generated, would go into a worthy cause. And so this is a far reach from some of our previous requests. And so I think this, in terms of trying to determine when I would support a request for filming, this would really sort of set the bar fairly high. So good luck, and I hope it goes well.
Can I say one thing in full disclosure, because I didn't want you to come away with a false impression. The idea is that this film would give the profits, the way it's designed, the first $500,000 of profits, if it ever sees that much, would go to Empower. We don't foresee a film like this having a huge release, but if it should turn out to be something much more special than that, that's what they're entitled to, and then there would be a return after that $500,000.
Well, that's great. It's always YouTube, right?
Yeah, and nowadays you can go viral.
Okay, well, I think you got the go-ahead, so fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for not bringing us a courthouse request.
if you need any extras,
there may be a couple days where we do. Not in that particular.
Yeah, there's one fuzzy guy over there.
The next item has to deal, I believe it is last week's agenda. We had the Northwest Council of Governments Articles of Association for an Economic Development District, which we approved. And I had mentioned at that time that we would see a request then for the county to appoint one of our elected officials to the Economic Development District's Board of Directors. Right now, Rob is serving as our Northwest COG representative. I do not know, Rob, what the meeting schedules are, if they coincide with your Northwest COG meetings. I would imagine they would.
this is going to coincide. Yeah.
Okay. So what they're looking for is a nomination of a county representative for the Economic Development District.
Great, I volunteer to nominate Rob.
I'm happy to do it. I also wanted to note out in this memo, and I haven't spoken to Pam about this specifically, but they are looking for other nominations within our community in terms of a resort industry representative, a healthcare industry representative. We also need an alternative in this. They also need an alternate person for their from the county. Actually, it says the alternate, the rep may be from the organization. They want someone from a economic environment organization. This is the second bullet point there, under counties. So they are looking for additional nominations from us as well. And I'm not sure from Pam whether she's looking for us to give those nominations or whether just the alternate seat so that they have someone listed within their bylaws in terms of who the alternate is. I'm not sure who the alternate, are you the alternate to Northwest COG at this point? I believe so, yeah.
Well, and so what I'd recommend there, I wanted to get the county representative figured out, and it sounds, Jack, you're good with Rob playing that role in the Economic Development District.
Of course,
Yeah.
it's consistent with COG.
And then, I'd also suggest then, George, with you as alternate on COG, probably appointing you as alternate then would be my recommendation to the board. As for the other nominations, I think obviously if we want to nominate from our community for any one of these other seats for resort industry or healthcare industry, for example, that we should probably identify some of those names and reach out to those folks, and see if there's any interest, and maybe we can have them provide information to Northwest COG. So
I would go a slightly different approach. I would view this as we would try to solicit members to serve on our various boards and just get out some press releases and information on this and see who's interested in applying. Jack?
For me, looking at this, I was just never aware that we're going to have to come up with so many people, so many nominations. Because not only is a county elected official and an alternate requested, then an economic stakeholder and an alternate for that, plus resort, plus healthcare, plus 6 municipal members. That's like 10 additional people. I mean, that's pushing kind of our whole initial group that we got together when we met over at City Council. So, I'm not sure we can meet those goals. They might request, but I think there is some kind of a campaign here to alert people if you'd like to so-and-so, and whatever form George's idea takes.
And I think it's it's a one representative for the whole COG region, for example, from resort industry, and one representative from the whole COG region for healthcare. That's my understanding of it. So it's not that we have to come up with all of those representatives. It's just if we want somebody to...
Does 6 municipal members from our 5 counties, does that mean elected? I mean, it didn't use the term elected, but it's municipal, but we probably need to clarify and see, really, Rob, you probably need to ask Pam what kind of feedback she's gotten from the other 4 counties, and so we have an idea even what we're trying to, quote-unquote, advertise for or solicit.
And I think COG is also reaching out to municipalities. I definitely wanted to get our nominations on the board with them, and we can, seek out volunteers. I believe, Jack, from our discussions, the municipal nominations could be anyone. They don't need to be elected officials, but they need to represent the municipality. There are some municipalities that have been specifically requested to provide elected officials. I assume those are member municipalities in some way. So,
And that would be from member municipalities, more than likely. I guess it wouldn't be limited.
Glenwood Springs, Steamboat, and Carbondale.
Right.
But they are looking for each county to appoint one economic development stakeholder rep. So that's each county, but I do agree.
Each county?
Yeah, in the under counties, the second bullet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong, I see what you're saying.
Down below where it says one resort industry and one healthcare, I believe that's for the whole region. I believe you're correct there. But I believe the stakeholder, and the person the people that I'd reach out to is, ACRA, maybe the city of Aspen wants to be that rep. Maybe SKICO wants to be that rep. But it sounds like it's our appointment to that board as a county.
Yeah. So we'll reach out. We can go ahead and provide Rob and George's name. Then should we, since it's an economic development rep, I think it's a pretty narrow scope of organizations that we would probably reach out to for the county's nomination.
Dwayne Romero.
I guess I wouldn't limit it. I would just, this is what we're looking for, this is the roles and responsibilities, and see who's interested.
Do it like a board and commission appointment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's my thought.
Well, and I think the success, part of the success, will be really a new infusion of blood, membership, new people.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't limit it to just any specifics. I'd want anyone to volunteer. And if it comes to us nominating, well then we might even have to do an interview, I guess.
Okay. We'll do that.
Okay. That was it for memos of interest, I think. So let's go on to future agendas.
Yeah, for future agendas, two additions that I want to talk about. One is on August 9th, the city has proposed a joint meeting to follow up on the last joint meeting when we discussed the Healthy Community Fund ballot language, and there was a request to have a follow-up meeting to that. And then we've had the child care issue come up. Nan is not going to be available on the 9th. She will be on vacation. It's going to be my recommendation then that we hold off on having the child care discussion until Nan is available for a joint meeting. And so I'd suggest that we try and push that back. But that would leave one issue, which would be the Healthy Community Fund discussion and the continuation from that joint discussion. I didn't get to be part of that. So that would be for 4 o'clock on the 9th if we wanted to follow up then. That would be likely the day before our first reading of ballot language.
So this is being asked by the city for this joint meeting?
It was a follow-up. They have the 9th and the 16th available. And my understanding was that at the joint meeting, both bodies said they wanted to have one more crack at talking about the Healthy Community Fund renewal prior to ballot language being certified. That left the 9th and the 16th. The 9th was the only date that was available before we'd have our first reading of ballot language. So that's why it's coming on the 9th. So it was more, I think, follow-up from the city from the joint meeting between the council and the board. And if you guys understood it differently, we don't have to have that meeting either.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure to what end that will, what the end result will be of that meeting. We would have hopefully have made our decision prior to that, and they will have heard about it prior to that. And the only discussion would be whether they are going to continue to be a partial funder of community health organizations or not, and that's pretty much up to them.
Yeah, my sense of at least the reports I got from the joint meeting was those two issues were getting tied together: our Healthy Community Fund renewal and then future of city funding. As a practical matter, those are probably two separate issues. The level that we would go out for, I think, is based on what we're perceiving as need and tolerance, for any additional funding or renewal of funding. And so I don't know to what end that discussion would serve either, unless you felt that there was some commitment to come back and that there was some negotiation but frankly, I kind of see them as two separate issues myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sense was that without actually having articulated it, the board's direction was we're going to have to do what we think is the right thing. And John's right, it's both based on need. Well, we know the need can be any number of those numbers, or any one of those numbers, and tolerance, that's the biggest one. So we go to this meeting, and remember, two of them, Steve and Nick, were not there, and Adam really is new, so he's not that probably up to speed on every issue. So we heard a couple comments, but we're going to go to that meeting, and they're going to say, well, we'll fund 50%. Are we going to try to make up 50% in the ballot? I don't know. This is very bad timing, and it's they've had this on the plate for so long over there. Rachel started mentioning this to us 6 months, 9 months. I really don't know. It's been quite a long time, and they've never come to a conclusion. So I guess I'm with you. What are we going to be asked to do? We can talk about it. We can lobby them to continue. At the end of the day, they're going to make their decision. And it sounds like there's a leaning already, and of course a manager's recommendation to phase it out in a couple of years. So, I don't know. I just don't have an answer as to what could be expected out of that meeting.
I mean, if for some reason they would like more information to help them make a decision in terms of their continued funding, then that's another conversation, and we would definitely want to have Nan there as well for that conversation.
May I, George? Timing is tough, but if they really want to have this conversation, it ought to be before that date. So we have time to kind of chew on anything that occurs.
Yeah, and there was no time where they had more than 3 council members, is my understanding, before the 9th. Because I said we need to push it up as soon as possible. And the 9th was the earliest date, and I think we've got 4 out of 5. And I can't remember which ones. Steve Barwick certainly informed me early on when I got here of the staff's recommendation to phase out. I do not know where the city's at in that decision-making process. Whether that's been a decision that's been now a recommendation that's been taken on by the council. It sounds to me like they may have some more processing to do on it. I don't know how beneficial the discussion would be on the 9th to that processing if we're not going to use that information to change our ballot language. And if not, I think we're probably putting the wrong expectations on that meeting, and we should probably not have it.
Well, the only thing I would say is we'd give them an opportunity to advance that meeting if they have a majority of people. That has to be guaranteed. They need a majority, and the majority ought to be able to speak for the council. Yeah, they've had all this time, except for Adam, to chew on this. So
I don't know. I don't know how much they've talked about it as a council versus a staff recommendation. Now, I do know this has been a staff recommendation on the table, and I'd have to talk to Steve about what types of discussions they've had as a body. So, Jack, if I'm hearing you, it's if we have 4 out of 5 and can have some representatives to repeat the discussion,
well, not repeat. I just think they ought to come educated. Therefore, George is correct. They ought to have access to kind of where we're leaning in our survey. I don't know if our survey was given to them. She had a stack, but I, again, don't know.
It was, yes.
Yeah, good. So they have some information from where we're coming from. My requirement is they got to have a quorum. And I just soon, it is 3 weeks till then. So, if you want to meet, fine. Obviously not the, is this one of those 5th Tuesdays? Oh, here.
It's not. It's August 9th.
No, good. So it's perfect. I'm willing to meet with them, but it can't be the night before we go and deal with ballot questions, because I in no way want to be put in a position to say, well, we considered this and no, or, well, it's bad timing, night before.
You can always, if that discussion were to influence what you'd go out for on the ballot, you can always change that between first and second reading too, and have those discussions.
Yeah, I still prefer not to have to
I
chew on
understand.
it overnight.
But I think I'm hearing that, I'm not hearing a lot of, yes, we committed and we need to have this discussion because we need to have this information to make a decision. And if that's the case, I don't see why we'd go into the meeting. Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be amiable, but really not the last moment. That's my thing, so I'm in general agreement with George's statement.
Okay.
Other item then is another joint meeting with the City of Aspen Council on August 30th at 4 o'clock, and that would be for the purpose of AACP updates on where planning commissions are falling out and where we are, and instead of doing both bodies individually, see if we could do a joint meeting. But that's that fifth.
That's our
and
bye
George,
week.
The fifth week.
That's the fifth week, and I know.
Fifth Tuesday.
Well, there's two things. There's the fifth week, but there's also, I don't know how productive that meeting will actually be. I think that we need to meet with our staff in P&Z to review that. They need to meet, and then we should come together, because otherwise, those meetings, when we haven't had a chance to discuss amongst ourselves as a board and vice versa, are not very productive.
Okay.
That's my personal view. Jack?
Yeah, and I would also add the fact that the documents are intended to be used differently. One is regulatory, one is advisory. Even though we reference it in our code, still, there's quite a difference. I agree with George. I mean, I'd like to focus on what the county sphere is of this whole thing, Do we have unanswered questions relative to county issues related to it, urban growth boundary, what happens near the boundary, or does the boundary get extended, should something happen at the animals, the land adjacent to the animal show, etc. I'd rather focus on county issues. I have quite a different attitude about the AACP anyway. We should only, we should have a joint Aspen area community plan, but we should have two documents, because the county's document is going to be different. Now, the general thing, livable communities, and we can incorporate all that. But there are I think, quite a bit of differences in some of the approaches.
Now, if we could incorporate a review prior to that, you'd be okay with a joint meeting on the 30th, or is the 30th a problem?
Well, I'll be out the
You'll be
30th,
gone.
but it doesn't really matter as long as there's a quorum, as long as we have met as a board prior, and I can give my input, and hopefully the board will have a consensus going into that meeting. I think that's more important.
Jack, are you? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be out that week.
Yeah, and I'm kind
I'm
of
not sure
thinking
what
I
dates
prefer
it
to
might
be
be.
out too, because there's no scheduled meetings. There wasn't.
Okay. Well, not having a quorum of the board will answer that question.
But I think we should, in terms of future agendas, try to
Get it scheduled.
get a work schedule for us to review the AACP amongst ourselves.
And there are going to be joint issues that I suspect we probably need to work out. I don't know what those are yet. I haven't reviewed them with staff, but I think the likelihood that there isn't is pretty low. So. Okay. So I'm not going to request adding anything else.
I don't want to sound like I'm opposed to meeting. I'm happy to meet with you, as long as it's, this is going to be productive.
Yeah, that's the key.
Any other future agendas from you guys?
I'll ask a general question. Wondering why we have developed as a matter of policy 9 and 10 o'clock meetings, mostly I'm talking about the 10 o'clock meeting or 11 o'clock meetings, whatever, on work session days, when we used to have brown bag lunches, so you come in at 11 and you work 11 and then a brown bag lunch hour and then go, as opposed to this in-stone 1 hour lunch break. Have we formally set that as a policy? Because we used to have brown bag lunches.
I'm having trouble reconstructing how this request came, but early on when I started, I did have a request during our future agendas that as often as possible we try and schedule that lunch break. And so while not every day has had them, some days we are doing brown bags, or for example on August 2nd we're going to be traveling back up from Glenwood Springs.
Where that's quite different.
Right, where we haven't had those kind of scheduling problems. We've been pushing the meeting earlier for the 1 hour break. I felt that was part of a board request. If it's not, it's easy.
Well, it could have happened when I wasn't here, because I am away twice a year, but it would have only been once this year so far. But so it's not earth-shattering, but for me, I hate wasting an hour eating lunch. I'd rather work and eat lunch.
I think at least one board member felt like the break was pretty important to kind of regain, energy and composure and such as we moved on. So I am happy to do whatever.
Well, if there's a specific request, I certainly feel that we should honor it if someone needs that.
Yeah.
I just was not aware of a kind of a formal request, or, I don't mean formal, you didn't submit a...
Right. No, it was a discussion. It happened, I'm thinking this happened back in fact, it was pretty soon after I started. So since then, we've been trying to keep the lunch hour.
Well, if we ever have flexibility where we literally can incorporate a brown bag, I'd appreciate it. If it never happens, I can understand.
Yeah, I personally like a break. Our agendas are fairly packed. We're going from 10 to 5 or so. It's nice to take a break, to go for a walk and clear my head. 6-7 hours of meetings to stay focused. I think it's difficult without breaks.
So that make 2 board members.
There are times when the agenda has been short, then it's been easy to condense it, and then it's easy to have a paper bag lunch, especially those times when you're in exec session, so you're not actually eating in front of the public as well, or invite them.
And that's really what sparked this, was the exec session. We come in at 11,
And a good mix might be come in at 10:30, have a brown bag lunch, and then have a half an hour break after, and that way you can walk around. But I like the mix, to tell you the truth, but I'm game for whatever you guys want.
really where the board's at, but I figured I'd bring it up as one of those questioning
Headliner tomorrow.
Okay, any other future agenda items?
Just a note that we do have the EOTC meeting on Thursday. You guys saw that email?
I saw about 20 emails.
from John, doing it right.
But anyway, and right now it sounds like just Michael and myself will be there. You haven't heard that Michael's not going to be there.
No, Jack, I thought you're not going to be there. Okay. Yeah.
Agenda says Jackson.
It doesn't matter because we won't have a quorum anyway, so I can attend.
Right.
The last thing on the future agenda is we should, maybe perhaps next week, just talk about the appointment of the Citizen Grant Review Committee.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I would just soon, I guess the others weren't here, somehow they could update them, but I'm enthusiastic about the appointment. I would put it on in a resolution.
I like the appointment. I think she was top-notch.
Okay, I agree, and we can just inform the other commissioners.
Because they didn't have the benefit of the interview, and I think they go along with us pretty easily.
Okay, great, that sounds that one. That'll make Mitzi happy. And hopefully Nicole. Okay, on to open discussion. John?
Yeah, I asked Brian and Tom to be here just for open discussion to just kind of talk a little bit about the EOTC meeting and what's coming up, since we didn't really have time to prep. The agenda preparation came after. I told you I wasn't aware of any items, and so you guys want to?
Maybe a quicker item, let me just suggest it.
Yeah.
Chris Bowles here behind the...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Chris.
To go ahead and handle that vehicle thing.
Yeah.
That might be a quicker item than...
Okay, I apologize, Chris, I didn't see you back there behind the... So let me start off with that. This was the question I think Jack and Rob, you guys have raised a few times about the mileage versus vehicle reimbursement, and I think this will kind of explain where some of the numbers are coming from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, explain what we have in front of us, Chris.
Okay. With all due respect, I'm not sure what the question is, but the information that you have in front of you, the large sheet, the fancy coloured one, lays out the actual cost of using a county vehicle for county business as opposed to paying personal mileage. It also details the cost of using a rental car and the comparison with the Car to Go program, which really isn't designated for out-of-town travel. We, the county, took a hard look at the utilization of vehicles in depth last year, and that resulted in a reduction of 4.5 vehicles out of the fleet, which seemed to cause some early strains of people not having vehicle availability, especially for out-of-town travel. So the question came about whether personal mileage to be paid or whether it's best to use a county vehicle. The cost that you're looking at pretty much define the cost of using a county vehicle for out-of-town purposes is 54 cents. 547, yeah, you got it over there, Jack. The actual reimbursement rate, which has just gone up on July the 1st, I believe, is now 55 cents. So you can see they're pretty much a wash. They're pretty much a wash. The other document that you have shows the amount of money that was paid in personal mileage. That is, this sheet shows what was paid in personal mileage in the last 6 months of last year as opposed to the first 6 months of this year. And again, the numbers in relation to the personal mileage for the first 6 months of this year are slightly below, what was paid out for the last 6 months of last year. Bearing in mind, we have 4.5 vehicles less in the county. It's the direction of the leadership team and the board as to which way you feel is best to go. I started keeping track of this detail in July of last year, just in case the question ever got asked, and also because my director was interested in knowing. I don't know whether the figures have been kept in the past, but something we started doing in July of last year.
So, Chris, when I look at this long sheet here,
Yes, sir.
under the first column, vehicle cost analysis, county-owned vehicle, on the bottom in yellow, it says actual direct cost per mile is .242 out of pocket, but on this other sheet, you're saying that the cost for a county-owned vehicle is 5.7, so I don't understand the difference.
The actual cost, we have standing costs. The 547 includes the standing costs. The actual out-of-pocket is what, if we do more miles, we use more gas, we do more maintenance. The standing costs, the cost per mile of having the vehicle sat out there is 28, almost 29 cents. Whether the vehicle gets used or not, we're paying 29 cents. When it gets used, we're actually paying additional out-of-pocket of 24 cents.
Let me add
And
to
that
that.
used to be 16 cents prior to updating it, and that's where that 16-cent number was, that marginal cost of, so that's, the 24 cents is a marginal cost, George. If we've got to have a vehicle to do our jobs anyway, you get more bang for the buck if we're utilizing it more, which is the direction of pushing folks to use those pool vehicles versus having it sit there for, if we have a child welfare case or, what have you. And so that's that marginal cost, but the real dollars, which I think is, Jack and Rob, what you guys were really trying to get at, is that 54.7 cents if you take the total.
For the pool vehicles.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Jack?
Well, no question, just an observation, and I'm the one that originally brought this up. It really, from a cost to benefit analysis, and I was thinking in particular about myself because I only use my vehicles. I mean, I think I've only used county vehicles twice in all these years. I was concerned that maybe because of my personal choice and timing, I just don't have time to go shuttle, get on the bus, and play that whole game. I was concerned that I was costing the county additional money. It looks like it's fairly about even. So whatever option we choose, it seems like it's reasonable to take that option. And if I don't know if this would have turned out considerably different if I could have adjusted my habits, because my life is based on what time I have, not how convenient it is. But this at least reinforces that there's not that much gap, personal versus public use of vehicles.
If we weren't as staff or as managers pushing staff to fully utilize those pool vehicles that we're keeping because we have needs, then we genuinely drive the costs up, and we actually have a real efficiency through the management practice of and that's why we continually are trying to push folks towards use of the pool vehicles or use of the fleet vehicles versus personal use of vehicles, because you can't, we do have to have vehicles around for certain purposes anyway. I'd rather have them being used than not.
Yeah, and there's no question about that. There's a little bit difference for me as an elected versus staff.
Yep.
And so I'm glad we've reinforced what I was sensing, that after you add up all the costs of insurance and maintenance, we're kind of like the same. And remember, this number was 50 cents last year for a couple years. Previous to that, it was 55. So it's within the ballpark. That's close enough for me. Thanks for the analysis. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and that reassured my numbers.
And I apologize, I gave you guys the marginal number that we had calculated, and that's probably not the right term,
The
but
one with no gas in it.
No, the one that took out all the fixed costs, yeah. And so I apologize, that was the number I was giving you, because from a staff perspective, that's what we're looking at, so.
It's all good. I appreciate the time.
With respect to Jack's comment, it is a fact that the majority of our employees do live down valley. So if we're using a pool vehicle and an employee physically comes up from down valley to pick up a vehicle and then go do our efficiency deficits the opposite way. So the way you are perceiving to use it is by far the most efficient way.
Shuttle.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, back to where I started. The EOTC meeting, because we did not have time to prep, I just wanted to bring Tom and Brian in, and in particular, I think, the item that's probably going to generate the most discussion has to do with our tree fair service analysis and what's happening with the use tax revenues coming into the EOTC. And so just wanted to spend a little bit of time giving you guys a heads up what will likely be talked about on Thursday. Turn it over to you guys.
Yeah, there is a financial update scheduled early in the meeting, and really the long and short of that is that sales tax looks like it's up above projections, but use tax looks to be below our projections for this year, and same results last year, actually. And the net of that, though, is that the up in sales tax doesn't come close to offsetting the down in use tax. And so funding for the EOTC is a half-cent sales and use tax, but you've committed 81% of the half% sales tax to RAFTA. So in a sense, EOTC only retains 19% of the sales tax, but you have use of all of the use tax collections. So if we have a decline in use tax collections, you experience that fully, and whereas you only get 19% of the gain in sales tax collections. So that, in essence, is what is happening. The relationship to the no fare Aspen, Snowmass, Woody Creek bus service is that you may or may not recall back a few years ago there was kind of a strategic planning session for the EOTC, and at that time we agreed to set aside 2/3 of the net revenue that was generated for the EOTC for an entrance to Aspen project in the future, basically just to save that up so that there would be a fund available there, and then to consider 1/3 of the net revenue as kind of discretionary that could be spent on whatever the EOTC decided in that year. And the no fare Aspen Snowmass funding is coming out of the discretionary pool, and it pretty much consumes all of it. It has last year, and it was forecast to this year as well. And so given that, somehow we got to an EOTC commitment to essentially no matter what, to continue the service, the no fare service, through the end of ski season in the spring of 2013. Okay, so that's, you can only budget a year ahead, but that's the intent and sort of the commitment so far. But in this year's budget, another discretionary item appeared, and that was $250,000 to fund the design of the pedestrian crossing at the Airport Business Center. And so that was viewed as a discretionary project additionally, and the city of Aspen lobbied to not take that out of what would be accumulating as the entrance to Aspen fund balance, but instead to view it sort of as a loan from that to be repaid from future discretionary funding surplus at the rate of $50,000 a year. And that looked doable even if the free fare, no fare service was extended beyond 2013. So in our 5-year planning shot, when we looked at it last October, November, when we were talking about the budget, to kind of reassure Snowmass that this $50,000 a year payback wasn't necessarily going to threaten the future of the no-fare service, we did our projections at that time, and it was affordable. We could do both. Now with the use tax reduction, one, there's more than a $250,000 discretionary deficit projected for this year now. It's up to $327,000. And if we extend no fare service and continue out our lower projections for use tax, basically we don't repay that $327,000 in 5 years. At the end of 5 years, we're still $180,000, something like that, in the hole. So, I mean, that's kind of the bad news, is that, so there isn't reassurance anymore that both are going to be possible necessarily, but we're, way ahead of when we need to make a decision about no fare Snowmass, Aspen Snowmass service. But we thought we should run the projections anyway, just to see what the impact of these changed circumstances are, and that's what it is. Back when we approved running the service through 2013, or the spring of 2013, it was agreed that Snowmass or a committee was going to look at supplemental funding sources for that service, either other alternatives, maybe not to fund it in total, but, to cover some of it. And so my suggestion is that we should still keep that committee working on that, because
Has that committee ever
the future's looking worse. No, it hasn't. David Peckler, though, did take a memo to the Snowmass Town Council last night about, potential alternatives, increasing sales tax, property tax, stuff like that. None of those, I wasn't at the meeting, but I would guess that, they didn't make any decision about anything like that. But, he opened the topic of, hey, we're supposed to be exploring some alternatives here based on this forecast. We may need to, light a little fire under that process rather than just assume that it's never going to be a problem.
And I talked to Russ this morning, and I think the outcome of that meeting is there needs to be a lot more discussion about how to move that forward, as you would expect. Yes.
Tom, I thought, and maybe you remember, Jack, I thought the lockbox the commitment was up to 2/3.
No, it was at least 2/3.
It wasn't.
It's the other way.
It was the other way, okay.
So that, if you didn't spend the full 1/3 discretionary, it would revert to the entrance to Aspen savings.
And then we also talked about a time cap on that as well, to revisit that it wasn't going to be in perpetuity.
Right.
The lockbox.
Yeah,
So
the
that
specific time wasn't really set.
Wasn't set, but-
I mean, all of this is just kind of policy. There aren't any, you can't commit future boards to what they want to do with this. So it's just kind of the current guidelines, and obviously, if everything turned out exactly as our new revised forecast is, there are still alternatives to continue to fund the no-fare Aspen Snowmass. You could just agree to either defer the payback over a longer period of time, not do the payback, change the 1/3, 2/3, and, so.
Right, and that was the first time I understand that, well, it's the first time perhaps money was used besides outside of, the discretionary money was used outside of the free bus fare, and so the city council sort of threw in that caveat, well, we'll go along with that as long as that gets repaid.
Right.
So the question will be is, well, does the ELTC still believe in that based on this new information? Do we extend that payment back, or do we just take that out of?
But it's even too soon, really, to decide anything like that, because we aren't even at the level of doing next year's budget, and it's not at issue in next year's budget, because we've committed to continue it already. And, what happens to use tax in the construction industry between now and next year and 2013, I don't know. We put our best guess in that really there isn't much recovery in there, but things could change. So, this is really just meant to kind of be cautionary to say things aren't as rosy as they looked back in October when we adopted the budget. Okay.
If it looks like the discussion is going down the track of trying to have some type of resolution after this information's presented, this probably isn't the meeting to do it at versus to revisit some of these policy decisions in October as we're getting ready to do projections for our next budget. And that may be, I haven't been at one of these before, but, it may be that needs some facilitation or something and some thought put into how to structure that discussion if we're going to start talking about are the policy decisions we made under these past assumptions still the right policy decisions given what we're currently seeing and maybe what our projections are. And that would be, I'd suggest, you position the discussion.
The one issue for wanting to address this now and get more of a guarantee for extension of the service is coming from RAFTA, and that Dan Blankenship is renegotiating, I think this fall or sometime in there, his contract with the ski company and for that service, and what that costs and how that's structured is very much a part of how they've reorganized the Aspen Snowmass service in the winter to basically combine the skier shuttle with now the free service. Whereas, when it was paid, they had to be separate. And so Dan in our staff meeting was saying, gee, it'd make my life a lot simpler to know what's ahead. But I'm not sure you can give him any certainty past what we've already agreed to.
Well, the free bus fare is set to expire at the end of 2013, so next year is...
Right, but he's renegotiating a multi-year. He does a multi-year contract with the ski company, not just year to year. So that's where, that would be helpful to him, but guess what, Dan? It is what it is. So.
And we've had these periodically with the EOTC, and it may be time again in 2012 to have an economic summit with the EOTC, because it's really the primary role of that commission to divvy out money. And so I think it's really time to step back from it and to talk about policies, to talk about how you want to spend money again and what the needs are in the future. We've got a new economic condition that we're working with right now, and changes regionally in transportation as well. So I would advocate, a day and a half to talk about the possible changes to the budget and how we do business with the EOTC. We've done them before, and it's maybe time again.
This year? Before next year's budget?
I was saying 2012, but...
Do it next year?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. think in the 2013 you have the fair.
You have issues coming up in 2012 in the 2013 budget.
Correct.
Any questions? Jack?
Yeah, Tom, I have to absolutely admit, I haven't digested, these projections, and we know they're projections. But if we took out the $50,000, the repayment, does it really make much difference? Now, let's see, let me go to 13. Yeah. I mean, this year's budget is this year's budget, so it's $246,000 in the hole. The next year is 196, and the next year is 146. So even
that was last October's projection. You're looking at scenario 1 was the budget for this year. The more accurate, the revised projections in scenario 2.
Oh, yeah, thank you, because as I admitted, I really hadn't digested this. Well, then it even gets worse.
Right.
Way worse.
It gets worse.
327, 277, and 227 down. So if
those aren't the annual numbers, that's how much remains to be repaid of the deficit that we're forecast around this year.
Yeah, but the deficit is due to two things. The study for the intersection and the free bus service.
Yes.
So this goes back to what I said from day one. The bus service is not sustainable, under current thinking at least. So, yeah, maybe I think the only option is actually to sit again, but we've got to require absolute good attendance, because we came to that agreement, about the 2/3, 1/3, and then we had it challenged because there were a couple of the town council of Sumas Village not there, and we redid it, and as far as I'm concerned, we threw up our hands and said, we'll go to 2013, But this committee has never, I think even before your suggestion, Brian, about having another summit, one day, not a day and a half, please. This can just wear you out, because we're going through the same things we've gone through forever with only a few different faces anyway. So I don't know where we're going to land, but I'm open to it. But this committee needs to come together and do their work in preparation for a summit. So if there are any ideas where other funding is going to come from, instead of the easy source of the EOTC money, which was never intended to be to a large extent for operations. We already give 81% for operations, and then basically 1/3 of 19%, and I don't know exactly what that means, is for operations also. So at the end of the day, what do we have? 89, 90% of the money? I really don't know. But when we passed this in 2003, I believe, we never intended it to be an operational funding source. There was capital for improvements, and I don't see any reason to move off of our expectations that there is a bank for the entrance to Aspen. And I know there are commissioners that are antsy, and town council. Well, nothing's happening, but if we don't have money in the bank, we will never get the entrance done. Because it's a matter of cost share, reducing costs in certain areas, and having at least a bit of a bank to go into that, because every year that it doesn't get done, it just gets more expensive anyway. So all of that's up for debate, of course, when we have a future meeting. But so far, unfortunately, and I'd love to be wrong. I wish we didn't have deficits, a projected deficit. Yeah, it's turning out to be sustainable. I was wrong, but the opposite is the facts.
Well, actually, the projection, the revised projection would say that the no fare service is just barely sustainable, if that's your first use of the discretionary 1/3. But the problem is, there's only about a $30,000 per year surplus in that discretionary funding after paying for the no fare service, and that is insufficient to repay this year's deficit, over a 5-year period. So it's,
So it's not sustainable. I mean, that's the reality, unless you...
It's not sustainable to do both
Unless you
over that
change
5-year
policy.
period, right?
Exactly.
Without a repayment change or reduction or elimination of the no fare service.
And I remember specifically, we chose to support the city council's request, so we got the budget approved, knowing that we'd have to have a further discussion about the $50,000 per year repayment relative to the intersection. So, basically, we've deferred the discussion.
It's coming back. Yeah.
So, the only thing I request is that this committee that was committed to by 3 boards come together and start brainstorming about an impossible, in my mind, task. Of course, I could suggest Snowmass Village starts taking money out of their capital. What is that? How many million does Snowmass have for their transit?
Oh, that's set aside in here, but there's 6.4 million?
Yeah, I don't mind if they start eating away at that, no problem. How do they preserve their money while the city entrance has no money preserved? That's not fairness. And I'm certainly a commissioner from Snowmass, but I'm elected as a county commissioner, not a Snowmass commissioner. So that's why I care about the whole picture.
And
But we'll see.
and likewise, there isn't a plan for the entrance to Aspen currently. There also is not a plan, realistically, for the Snowmass Transit Center or transit improvements up there because of, basically.
Well, and there was, because I would not doubt it, and I don't know if if we have history here, but they have spent probably $700,000 to $1 million already planning on several efforts while I was a councilman.
Yeah, this is, the 6.4 is the remaining
The remainder.
allocation.
Of 7.2, I think it was.
7.5, 7.2, something like that.
Okay.
And I'm assuming you'll be up there for the meeting, Tom, to set the same information?
Correct.
Good.
It's fun you guys have it.
No, I appreciate that. Anything else for Tom, Brian? All right, great, thank you, guys.
Okay. That's all I have for open discussion. I let everyone else handle it.
Oh, okay. Anybody else have anything for open discussion? Rob, no? Jack,
I
yes?
have a request. John, because we've evolved this media upgrade, in the room, at the end of the day, I just would like a couple numbers. One, what we budgeted, and what the other was the final cost. I think we've improved a little bit, we've had to, and this has seemingly worked very well. But I was just wondering if we exceeded budget or whatever. Because we're here, and I don't have a problem with that. I like the results.
And we are going to center and get that projector figured out too now with the new screen. No problem.
Okay, if that's it, I think we can adjourn. Thank you, Grassroots. See you next week.
Thank you.
Yogi.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Okay, I will close the window.